I'm Teresa. Thank you so much for joining me on today's live stream. We're switching it up a little bit. Normally, I live stream in the evenings on this channel, and I just thought I would give it a shot and see how we do this afternoon. So I'm going to give it a few minutes to get some folks get in here and see what's going on. Oh, you know what? Give me a second. Let's see what's going on here. Hey, Brittany. Hey, Amanda. How are y'all? Welcome, welcome. And I am so sorry I'm late. It's Saturday. That's all I can say in my defense. That's all I can say. How are y'all doing? Much love, sis. Thank y'all for joining me. We're gonna see how it goes today. Like I said, I didn't know whether this was gonna be a good idea, moving the evening live stream to the day for Saturday, but we're gonna see if we get some folks in. Oh, you say exactly? Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. I'm doing good. Got my ticket. Brittany, I got it. I got it. I went back. I was listening to part of the live stream yesterday, and then it was something I had bumped into. The fact of the matter, I probably should go back and find it in my history and email you um, the readings because it was somebody else's reading, but it was literally going right back to talking about that, saying like this is kind of like time for that. Somebody else saw it too. Hey, Osieros, how are you? You did some? Yay. Good, good. I only had one other person. I think it was Valerie that said she was interested in the full moon ceremony. If you guys want to be, if you're willing to share your intentions or whatever, email them to me and I'll still include them in a group because I'm gonna do my stuff tomorrow as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Just email me with your intentions. And honestly, I've done it before. I'm also going to do a saltwater cleansing of my name and put under the bed for like 7 days. After that, going, as the moon is waning. Um, but yeah, I'm going to burn some ancestor money. Of course, I'll put in wishes for the collective as well. But if you have some specific intentions and then wish and, things that you want to release, things that you want to manifest, email them to me and I'll include them in that. Maybe next time I'll start the earlier if we want like a serious. I still feel weird about actually filming a ritual like that just because I know so many people. Some people mean well and have good intentions, but they're like I said, this type of channel and the work that we do draws haters. So I'm a little leery about filming it. Yeah. You got your ticket? Okay, good. As long as hey, look, like you say, if either one of us we good, right down the middle, either or, it'll be all good. I don't care. You say you agree too? Yeah, I'm just hesitant about that, especially because I know there are some folks in the spiritual space that do less than positive work, and I don't want to even be associated with that kind of stuff. So yeah. Hey, Lucky Don, how are you? How are you? And yeah. But I mean, like I said, Valerie, I think probably Robin will be in on it. I will ask Antoine. Well, Antoine was there when I first mentioned it. If he hasn't emailed me, that he may not want to be. Different people feel different ways about that kind of stuff. So for now, I'm just going to leave it as it is with our little group. And if you send me your intentions, I'll include them in my burn bowl as well. And then burn ancestor money on all of our behalf. Hey, Miss Joyce, how are you? Welcome in, welcome in. I want to just give a big virtual hug to all of you all right now. It makes my heart feel so good that whenever I come online, I keep seeing these same names. Y'all are faithful. And I love that. I mean, some folks want to get on here and criticize about not having the numbers and all that. That stuff will come in time. But just to have real soul family that shows up and is interested, I'm grateful. So yes. Oh, hey Williter, how are you? Welcome. Hey Rhea Thompson, welcome. And I know he does. He cares about me, cares about everybody. So I'm not sure what that means for you, but okay. Hey Sergio, how are you? Welcome in. Thank you, Amanda. Mwah. Love you, sis. It feels like I know y'all forever. It really does. That's crazy that you can feel like that for somebody that you've never been physically been in a room with. But that just go to show you we really are all quantumly entangled for real, like seriously quantum entanglement. Hey Valerie, yay yay. Um, I was telling them that as far as tomorrow's ceremony, I'm not really gonna make much of a big stink about it. Our little group is in. Did you email me your intentions yet? Those that want in on it, just email me your intentions. I did get your call. I saw where you had bought me a coffee, but I need you to email me like what you're releasing and what you're wanting to manifest, so that I can like do the slips for the burn bowl, and then I'm gonna do the ancestor money afterwards as well. No, baby, I'm 57 years old. We ain't making no babies at all, at all. And besides, even before I got to my 50s, I took out the crib and put in a playpen a long time ago, boo. I love kids, but mine are all grown and I'm good. I'm good. I do appreciate it if you would subscribe. I absolutely do. Fact of the matter, I need to put on subscribers only mode because honestly, you say any man to marry you out there. Let me tell you something, Williter. I want to give you, and I hope I'm saying your name correctly. I want to give you a little story from a page of my life, just to give you some encouragement, my dear. In uh, 2000, in fact, it was between 2000 and 2002. I was living in St. Augustine, Florida, and I met a beautiful lady there, and she had a company that did like property management for condos on the beach. It was a wonderful job. I was literally working on the beach at a beautiful condo. At the time, I think the condos averaged about $200,000-300,000 a piece, which was, like I said, they were nice condos at the time. Um, Biak, don't come in here with negativity, because if you have that attitude, don't trust anyone. If your shadow leaves you in darkness, then you need to go do your shadow work. That's what you need to do. Don't spread your darkness like a blanket over everybody else. Okay? We don't do that here. Hey, Michael. I'm not doing tarot. Tarot is on the other channel, and that will be tonight. I'll be going on live at about 8 or 9 o'clock Eastern time tonight. So if you need tarot, I invite you to subscribe on both channels and set for all notifications, and I'll be pulling some tarot there. But will it? Oh, no worries, Brittany. Hey, baby, how are you? Welcome, welcome. No, I was saying about the honestly, like I said, it's just basically going to be a small thing between us. I'm not sure about the Skype or Zoom. I'll see if I can set that up. But other than that, just email me your intentions, what it is that you're wanting to release, and what it is you're wanting to call in, so that I can make those. I'm gonna what we're releasing. I'm burning and releasing to the wind. What we're calling in, I'm gonna put in the burn bowl with our ancestor money, or actually I think I'm gonna actually hold it for a few days. We're gonna set those intentions, and when we meditate, I'm gonna hold them under salt water for a few days, and then burn them in the ancestor bowl. I don't need to change my point of view, darling. Look, let me go. I just need to put this on subscribers only, because I'm not. I'm not. If you're gonna at least bring negativity here, you're gonna at least give me the grace of a subscribe. To be honest with you, we don't have to put up with that today. I'm gonna try for 1 minute and see how that does. Hey Uriah. You don't come. You're not gonna come in here and tell me how to run my channel because tarot got God all up in it. If you didn't know, and you can take your church philosophy somewhere else because that's not what our channel is about. I think I need to make this a 10-minute, a 5-minute ride out. Hold on, y'all. I should have known better. My bad. At least that way they'll have to stick around and listen for 5 minutes before they bring stuff in. And it's my bad for forgetting y'all. And I should have known during the day they would be even worse. So they're gonna anybody that wants to come in here and bring foolishness gonna have to subscribe and wait at least 5 minutes before they can bring their negativity. Other than that, I don't know what else to tell them. How you gonna come on somebody's platform and tell them to change their point of view? If you got a point of view you want to put out there, create a channel and go put it out there. That's all. Or keep scrolling. You said, why is don't trust anyone, even your shadow leaves you in darkness. That may be a quote, Biak, but it's a very negative quote. If you had that attitude, what's the point of even being here? That's not what the children of light know and understand. That sounds like somebody that's cozying up to their demons, and that's not what we're here to do. That's why I said we're not bringing that to my. It's just a quote. It's a lot of things out here that's just a quote that don't need to be on the thoughts or lips of a chosen one if they choose to manifest and want to find their way out of darkness and out of the matrix. You need to understand that. And hey, Menno, you said too late to the party. Well, again, if you want to continue, you're going to have to wait it out and then do whatever. And if you get too far out of chain, the moderators will still remove you. But anyway, Williter, I hope you're still here. If you are, I want to tell you this beautiful story that I was attempting to tell you before. So I'll give you some hope about, is there anybody that can marry you? You getting older and you feeling a little discouraged about it? I was working at this condo, and the lady, my boss lady that was there, hey, Yahweh, my way. I know they do need their own channel if they want to, yeah. Or there's plenty of folks that had that kind of negativity around here. I done seen them just get into a stream and scroll until you find somebody spewing negativity. You'll be right at home with your people. But hey, Yahweh, my way, welcome, welcome. I'm sorry, yeah. So Williter, I was working at this company, and the lady that hired me, she was a jazzy lady, wonderful, all the rest of that. And I got to know her story a little bit. She was 59, I think, when I first started working for her, and her husband was like 46 or 47 ish, I think. But they'd met. She had been married before, had one son, had a horribly abusive relationship in the past. I think there was some domestic and all of that involved as well. And she left, and you had basically was one of those really hurt sisters with the, I'm just gonna raise my son and try to live my life. And she struggled as a single parent and struggled with poverty and all the rest of that stuff. She had one of them stories that could make a TED talk out of, okay? And however it went down, I don't remember how they met exactly, but she wound up meeting someone after all of those years. Her son was grown by the time she met her second husband, but they took it, it took off. And at first she was kind of nervous about the idea of him being considerably younger and all the rest of that, but he loved the ground that, what was that the Urkel said, he loved the rain that watered the grass, that covered the ground that she walked on. He would have drank a bathtub full of her dirty bath water. He loved that woman. And to my knowledge, I lost touch with them after I left that company. But as far as I know, they lived happily ever after. So, and she, like I said, they got married when she was like 57 or 8. So don't ever think that it's too late for you to find love, my dear. You can find love when love is ready for you. The main thing, the key, in my opinion, to finding love is to find love within yourself first. Do your spiritual work, do your shadow work, and most importantly, do your inner child work. And then hand it over to your spiritual team and the ancestors and see if they don't find you a beautiful counterpart. Well, I guess making it subscribers only, it definitely slowed down the commentary, but that's okay. What else, y'all? What all y'all got going on today? What are we gonna talk about, y'all? Yeah. So I'm hoping Williter is still here. I'm hoping that she'll subscribe, but yeah, it. Michael Blucker. I think I spoke to you earlier, but yeah, I can help you if you join the tarot session at 9 this evening on Anunnaki Oracle Priestess. It will not be on this channel. I don't do tarot on this channel anymore. But that last session was lit, y'all. Yesterday, it really was. I'm hoping our brother John will join us here today, but he probably got mad. I don't know if he's gonna join us, Brittany. I went back and listened to part of that too. I was like, oh man. I hope he understand. I was getting a little aggravated because he just could not hear what all of us were saying. He wasn't trying to hear it, but I definitely wasn't angry with him. It's just that's one thing that I do want to say to anybody that's here within the sound of our voice. If you ask spirit for a message or a word of confirmation, when they give it to you, don't argue with it. Even if it's not exactly what you want, don't argue with it. You say you hope he went and found Athena. Child, he need to go somewhere and find himself because he was wanting to, is she cheating? Is she this? Is she that? It wasn't her. He was the one with the obsessive issue. He needs to heal. He just really need to heal, which is what most of us need to do. But he just was not wanting to hear what the cards were telling him, and they told him, like I said, in at least 10 different ways. They told him the same thing. He just didn't want to hear it. The cards were amazingly clear yesterday. It was, I mean, and even again, when I have an uncomfortable message, I'd be hesitant. But the longer we talked, all of those messages, like I said, I didn't have no matter what that brother says, I know for a fact his cards were crystal clear because they were so dramatically different than anybody else's cards that hit the table that day. I didn't even want to have to give him that news, but I have no choice. But I'm excited for your news, Miss Brittany, because like I said, after I got off of the live stream last night, I was just kind of doom scrolling, and some kind of way I bumped into, it wasn't even necessarily a tarot message. It was just basic, I think like a channeled message from somebody. I have to find it again. But it was like another confirmation of the same thing. And I'm like, oh, okay, I'll take that too. Yeah. I found a channel and I'm not sure if I'm going to recommend it to you all yet. I'm trying to go through some of the information myself and I don't remember the name of it now anyway, if I wanted to recommend it. But it was going into like the esoteric lessons of the tarot in like shorter chunks and bites that I'm definitely going to digest some of that. And I'll share with you what I can of it, of course. Um, Morgue Official did a tarot series, but each one of his videos was like an hour and a half, almost 2 hours long, and I just ain't had the time or haven't taken the time to sit down and watch 8 hours of video regarding the tarot. So, but I thought it was kind of interesting. Yeah, and that's why I said it some of these folks that get in their own way or allow their doubt to get in their own way feel like because they've been seeing the message for a minute now and it hasn't happened instantly on their schedule when they demand it, that, oh, it's not real. And no, that's not the case. You can talk yourself off the ledge if you want to. I just choose, like I said, I'm with you, Brittany. I love those confirmations because when you're not seeing it immediately, then it can get to where you start talking yourself the off the ledge. And I'm like, no, it don't need to be that way. Hey, Lauren, what's up? What's up? What's up, dear? Welcome, welcome. Hey, Uriah, and thank you. Welcome in. Appreciate you. Yeah, girl, I ain't seen you in a minute. I hope you are doing well. And you know, you never did email me. Not that I could see anyway, because I needed an email address so that I could send you a reading. I didn't do your reading because I didn't have an email address to send it to. The last time I did some, they sat for like 2 or 3 weeks because I didn't have an email address. So I just stopped doing them until I get an email address. So please, 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 Lauren, email me so that I can do your reading. I promised you one almost a month ago, probably a month ago now. I missed you too, love. I missed you too. Yeah, do that. Email me and then I'll get your reading to you. And I started another channel just in case. Before you get off the session, if you'll go to the homepage, scroll down to the bottom, and it'll say my other channel. Anunnaki Oracle Priestess is where I'll be doing tarot from now on. I'm just gonna keep this to like the biblical discussions, spiritual discussions, insights I get in meditation, auntie wisdom, that kind of stuff. Yeah. Uriah, I don't mean any harm, honey, but depending on who you're praying for, I would like to ask you not to pray for me. If you're praying to Yahweh, Jehovah, or Allah, please don't pray for me. I don't need that in my life. I got a good understanding with him. I know who he is, and I detached from him. I don't want no parts. Okay? Okay, Lauren, appreciate it. And if you actually connect with the content on my channel, then you will know and understand who I really rock with, his brother. If you deal with his brother like I do, Enki, then yes, you can pray for me if you wish. I deal with Yeshua and Enki. I do not deal with Yahweh Jehovah because Yeshua told the Jews that Yahweh is the devil, and I'm not having no parts of that. But thank you. I appreciate your good wishes and all. Lauren, you said it. I mean, Brittany. I can't even have C. Lauren is gonna email me, but yeah, Brittany. The same with me. Like I said, it helps me. It helps with the waiting time, because it does when you got a really, 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 really big blessing coming in that you're manifesting. It may take some time for spirit to rally that around and put all the cooperative components into place, and you got to heal enough to receive it, and they got to get the A team lined up and all that other good stuff. It's a lot that goes into getting that set up, and that takes some time. So for me, receiving those really synchronistic readings, my own readings, other people's readings, all of that, it really helps me stay centered and not allow that doubt thing. Because the chattering magpies out there in the peanut gallery, they will have doubt coming up in your head. They'll say hateful stuff to you like, oh, you've been saying that for da 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 da. Now, where's your money? Where's your millions? Oh, you such a good manifester. You manifesting for everybody else. Where's your this? Where's your that? They don't even understand. That's part of the reason they can't manifest. That right there. And then they not only do they do it to themselves, they show up and spew their misery on everybody else. And it can get in your head if you're not careful. And I think that's one of the reasons why readers that bring those messages of positivity are out there. It's a message board for those who need that beacon in the dark, something to focus on. Like, look, it is coming. The light at the train at the end of the tunnel is not a train. Just stay focused. Ignore the nonsense. Again, you got to know who the Most High is, Uriah, and that's what I'm saying. I was raised steeped in Christianity, but what Christianity is not what you think it is, my love. That's what I discuss on this channel like 90% of the time. Go look at some of my uploaded videos. I'm not getting deep in the live stream. We just here kind of chopping it up at random. But Yahweh, Allah, Jehovah, the God of the Bible, the one they say is the most high. He ain't even the most high, honey. What we are told is the Bible is a compilation of ancient texts, but the Jews of the time when the Bible was written were not initially monotheistic, they were henotheistic. And they not only worshiped Yahweh, they worshiped his wife Asherah, they worshiped Baal, they worshiped Beelzebub, they worshiped El, they worshiped Sin, they worshiped Ninurta, they worshiped a whole lot of different gods. Yahweh came in that okay, and if I can't tell you nothing, I'm trying to put your own game. That walk by faith stuff, if you might want to go somewhere and listen to and do some research, because humanity been walking by faith for 2,000 years and following the devil. Go read John chapter 8. Yeshua told the Jews that the God that they were worshiping is not the same Father that sent him, that they were worshiping the devil. And you turn around and worship the same God the Jews worshiped, you're worshiping the devil according to Yeshua HaMashiach. Okay? Read for understanding in your scriptures, my love. I do walk by faith, but not faith in Yahweh. I did my research and understood the nature of the God I serve. That was the quest that I set out on. I knew that the Bible says, Yeshua said God is love, but the God of the Bible is not loving. So I wanted to know the true nature of Yahweh. And when I started doing the research, it brought me right on up out of that mess, because Yahweh is not loving. He ain't even honest. Did you know he was exiled by his own people, the other gods or Elohim in the Bible? He showed his behind so bad that he was actually exiled by his own brethren, other members of other pantheons exiled him. It's not Mama Earth. Again, go back to the original. If you go all the way back to the oldest text, that Mama Earth, that's a convenient cop out, Vicky, but that's not the whole story. That is not. The Anunnaki came here on a spaceship from Nibiru. They came down here and modified a hominid that they found in the earth, and they acknowledged that the creator of all, the God that's mentioned in Genesis, the first half of Genesis chapter 1, had put fish and wildlife and plant matter and the oceans here. They didn't create this planet, they walked in here to this planet. And then they modified a hominid that they found here and blended their DNA with the hominid that was here and slingshot our evolutionary timeline by at least 2 or 3 million years to make Homo sapiens sapiens in their image. That part in Genesis chapter 1, in the around verse 25, where it says, "Let us make man in our image," that was Enki, Ninma, and Thoth, according to those ancient texts, which are quite literally hundreds of thousands of years old than what they told you the biblical texts are. So if you're going to bypass all that other history and go grab a book that was literally just made 500 years ago, that's narrow-minded infantile thinking, my dear. I didn't say that there wasn't an aspect of the divine, but that whole, oh, I just worship nature, then that's truthfully ignoring the rest of the story. Is making it a little too generic just as a cop out. We are all made up of the same energy to a degree, but at the end of the day, there is intelligent design, and it's not Yahweh. And people that use that, oh, I just worship nature, is because they don't want to give credit to our actual progenitors. Okay, well, let them bring you on through. Don't pray for me, please. If you want to continue to pray to Yahweh, you do so. Just don't pray to me. You and Vicky can pray to Mother and all. You want to be as ethereal as she want to be, and you can go over there and pray to Yahweh, and y'all go about y'all's business. Anyone else? Society, government systems, programming, and all the rest of that was literally given to us by the Anunnaki. We were quite honestly animals running through the forest and hanging out of trees before they got here. I think they said Australopithecus was as far as we had made it up the evolutionary timeline. We weren't Homo anything yet. They took us to Homo sapiens sapiens. So the fact that we're sitting here with computers and having conversations and wearing clothes and all of the things that we like to do, the folks that did that for us do deserve some acknowledgement. Now, the other brother said we don't have to worship them, but that don't mean we ignore them and then just go all airy fairy on the Mother Earth, Father Sky. That's all wonderful, but you need to acknowledge who actually put you here too, to a degree. I don't need to stop. No, okay. Well, guess what? Goodbye. I done told you don't do that. I rebuke you, Uriah Gibson. That's what I do. I rebuke you because you choose to worship your father, the devil, just like Jesus said. I rebuke you in the name of Enki. So don't pray for me. You don't need a computer, but you need one to be in here aggravating the fire out of me right now. You talking about you don't need a computer, then get up off of this one. How about that? Nobody, we not you again. Stop smoking. You really sound like you smoking drugs right now. We don't need it after we leave this physical form, but we're discussing life in this physical form, not what happens after the physical form. You talking about spatial concepts that ain't got nothing to do with what we talking about here now. None of us need any of this after the physical form, but that don't mean we don't need things that's going on right here and right now. Even with subscriber only modes, why Anunnaki? Because that's who made us. That's like literally saying you're going to live in your mother and father's house, but turn around and disavow that your mama and father built it. That's a little disrespectful, don't you think? The only reason you can actually hold a computer or a phone in your hand right now and have an intelligent conversation is because you have Anunnaki blood running through your veins. That's the only reason you can do that right now. Because they did that 400,000 years ago. And like I said, by their own admission, they upped our evolutionary timeline by about 2 or 3 million years. You would still be scraping, you wouldn't have even discovered the wheel yet if it were not for them. So we can't just, you say, why Anunnaki? That's why. Because they're the ones that brought us everything that remotely smacks of any kind of culture that we have, anything. Language, architecture, agriculture, astronomy, astrology, meteorology, science, art, literature, philosophy, mathematics, all of that was given to us by them. So to turn around and just ignore that you don't want to acknowledge them, that's like a petulant child stamping their foot, demanding to know their great, 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 great grandfather who'd been in the ground 500 years and ignoring the two generations just sitting right there putting a roof over their head and feeding them every day. It doesn't say whether the Anunnaki are not all just reptilian. If you would read the books and stop just talking at random, Vicky. The Anunnaki, the word Anunnaki simply means those who to earth from heaven came. It was a diverse culture of people from planet Nibiru initially, but the people from Nibiru came from other places in the galaxy. The main two factions of Nibiru, of Niburians or Atlanteans, as they call themselves, were two nationalities, if you will, or races of people that came. They lost their home planet in the Galactic Wars and they settled on Nibiru, which was an abandoned planet or a non populated planet when they got there. They inhabited Nibiru, settled it, joined their two cultures. They took a king from the north and a queen from the south and joined their two cultures and became the Atlanteans by their own self-declaration. But they allowed refugees from the galactic wars from all many different star systems came in and settled on Nibiru. So it's not all just reptilian, honey. You got to go somewhere and actually read some of the stuff they've been digging up out the ground for the last 200-300 years, not just what you thought you heard on somebody's podcast for 10 minutes. And all reptilians aren't evil. That's some television propaganda stuff that you've been spoon fed. And if you don't get the rest of the story, yes, the Galactic Federation is real. Yes. Where do you think they get these concepts that they've been giving us on TV? You think that somebody just really smoked a good one and just came up with that on their own? No, honey, they've been spoon feeding you the truth and hiding it in plain sight, glossing it over, and calling it entertainment for decades. But yes, the Galactic Federation is real. The Pleiadians are real. The Orions are real. The Lyrans are real. The Arcturians are real. Stargates are real. Hey, Paul Snowcloud, how are you, dear? Welcome. Hey, CC, welcome, welcome. Hey, Marie Wills, how are you? Now, of course, Hollywood put their spin on it because Hollywood do what Hollywood do. And they don't have any real proof of all the various life forms out there. But as long as scientists been theorizing about it and the so-called conspiracy theorists been talking about it, somebody out there should realize that all of that conspiracy theory ain't just theory. The government tell us it's theory to keep people like y'all sitting up there. Not all of y'all, because I know some of you know what I'm talking about, but I'm talking about the two, the Uriah and Miss Vicky or whatever. Keep y'all guessing and sitting there in denial. If you really don't think that any of that stuff is real, why do you think that you can't get nowhere within near Area 51? Go out there to Nevada or wherever it is out there in the middle of that desert or New Mexico and try to go up on the Area 51 and see if armed guards don't stop you in your tracks. They ain't just did that because they hiding dirt, y'all. And every time somebody has a UFO sighting, and now they done got so sporty, they done renamed it. It's an unidentified aerial phenomena. So many of them been sighted over the last 50, 60, 70 years. And the government be lying to ignorant people that's wanting to accept the lie and telling them, oh, it's a weather balloon. How many damn stray weather balloons do you think we gonna have out here, y'all? Shiva is Lord Enki. Vicky, if you can believe in Shiva, I don't know why you can't believe in the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki have been known throughout time in many, many different pantheons. And in the Hebrew pantheon, Shiva, Enki is Shiva. In the Egyptian pantheon, he was known as Ptah. In the Nordic pantheon, he was known as Loki. In the Yoruban pantheon, he's known as Olokun. In the Greek pantheon, he was known as Poseidon. Well, you need to break the programming. That's the problem. At least you you made a great breakthrough in headway today. You've at least acknowledged that there is programming in place that is blocking your mind. That's half the battle right there. Acknowledging it. At least you acknowledge that Uriah still want to go back after I'm telling him this, and he still want to run back and pray to Lord Enlil, because they all are there. Enlil and Enki are brothers. Enlil became Dionysus, Bacchus, Baal, Zeus. Um, I'm trying to think some of his other names: Beelzebub, Yaldabaoth. But like I said, by the time he got to the Jews 2,500 years ago, he presented himself to the Jews. At first, he didn't even tell the Jews. He was so arrogant. At first, he wouldn't even tell the Jews what his name was. He said, "You go tell them that I am who I said I am sent you." That part. Why would anybody want to worship a God that's that flipping arrogant? They wouldn't even tell nobody their name. I am whatever I say I am. And then he finally told Abraham that his name was Yahweh. But he was known as a storm god to a nomadic tribe out there in the desert when the Jews first bumped into him. But even coming out the gate with Abraham, he lied to Abraham. He delayed his promises to Abraham. He said he gave. They talk about magic and divination and all that is wrong. And one of the first things he had Moses and them do when he was trying to free the Israelites was gave Moses black magic tricks, sorcery, turning water into blood and turning staves into snakes and all that kind of stuff. That's the God that they got these people out here worshiping. You're welcome, honey. If you stick around here long enough, like stick around the barber shop long enough, you'll get a haircut. Subscribe. If you stay subscribed here, you're going to learn some things. Because that's the same kind of stuff that I had to learn to wrap my mind around and come out of the churches and the religions and all of that. And I do read the Bible, but I read more with understanding now. You said one day you were taking a picture of the sun, a face appeared of a man with feathers on top of a crown on his head. Yeah. And honestly, they'll appear what however it makes sense to you. And I ain't gonna say I've never, as badly as I want to see my guides, I'm not clairaudient to that extent yet. But I have seen the eye in the sky. I did in meditation. I saw it one day in a really particularly connected week. I was sitting in meditation and I wasn't even facing the sun directly, so I know it wasn't no sun blindness or nothing. But when I looked up through the cloud, I saw this huge, huge eye looking down. Absolutely. Uh, Vicky, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You said he was an extraterrestrial who landed in India. Who and what do you think Jehovah, Enlil, and Enki are? They are extraterrestrials who landed on Earth. They landed first in Africa. They created what they call the Eden, which was an outdoor laboratory where they took care. They did a lot of genetic experimentation, and eventually they came up with the Adamu and his counterpart Eve. And then later on, that genome was devolving, so they made it with some more humans, dawn and dusk, and they came up with Adapa and Titi, who gave us the first civilized humans. Yeah, so that is the same being. They had spaceship. They also had land craft that they flew around in. And the Indian culture, at least I do give them credit, they acknowledge that by calling those craft Vimana. Ezekiel spoke of the craft too, that wheel within a wheel, but the church, the Christian church, in their ignorant understanding, decided that those were the actual angels themselves, even though they were describing vehicles. I know what it's called. Like I just said, it's called the Vimana. Hey, Kushal, how are you? But even as a child, when I read the accounts in Ezekiel about the wheel within the wheel and all of that, I asked my parents, what do God need a car for? That sounds like a vehicle to me. This live is just for us chopping it up. On this channel, I discuss a lot of spiritual concepts. We talk about a lot of different things, but on the live stream, I'm not teaching any specific material. People ask questions and we talk about various topics within the realm of spirituality. So if you got a question, bring one. I'll do my best to answer it. But right now we were discussing, and hey, Agar Mayor, how are you? How are you? Welcome, welcome. You're saying that the spaceship is worship because no one knew his physical form. You know why that is, Vicky? Because his brother Enlil, the one they call Yahweh, Jehovah, and Allah, that one, he was the one that decided that no human was supposed to ever see their faces. He was the one that decided that they were going to lie to people and tell them that they were gods. But they were not gods. They were extraterrestrials who came here and dared to play God. And that whole worship thing that we do is completely unnecessary. It really is. It's unnecessary. That's the whole thing. The issue of sovereignty that's laid out in the Bible was supposed to, according to Christians, is the issue of sovereignty between Jehovah, Allah, and Satan. But what they don't tell you, the title that Enlil had when he first got here was Satan of the Eden. Jehovah is Satan. The true issue of sovereignty in the Bible is between Jehovah and his brother Enki. But they genericized in the scriptures by that term in the Hebrew, the term Elohim, they translated that out to say that it means God. The word Elohim does not mean God. And um, Zechariah Sitchin was talking about that for 80, 90 years ago, or about 80 years ago. In the ancient Hebrew, the word Elohim means powerful ones in the plural. The word El Shaddai means sons of the powerful ones in the plural. It never ever meant a singular God. That's the main way that they got humanity trapped up in the first place. Yahweh systematically allowed people to, it basically pushed out the notion that the other Elohim were here, because he was on that jealous thing talking about, I'm the only one you gonna worship. No, it's not. That was a lie. The Anunnaki did educate us, but part of the problem, Vicky, you're saying, what's the purpose? Why the Anunnaki should come educate us and why we go through all this suffering? The reason we go through all of this suffering, and if you look at the Bible story in its reality and look at some of those other texts that they took out of the Bible, they'll tell you why we want to go through the suffering. If you go through the book of Enoch, it explains to you that the reason we're suffering now is because the watchers, some of the Anunnaki that was supposed to be doing the work, the mining of the gold and all the rest of that, they saw humans and they decided, one, they came down and indiscriminately started mating with humans. The Bible says that the angels of God saw the daughters of men. They wasn't angels, they were Anunnaki, but they did mate with humans and they created a race of giants called the Nephilim and the Agigi, and they brought a lot of information that humanity's consciousness was not expanded enough to receive yet. So they brought black magic, weaponry, and all of that kind of stuff to humanity before we were supposed to receive it. And that's the reason that we suffer, because that information got in the wrong hands and was misused and continued to be misused. And Enlil, Enlil, whose names are Yahweh and Jehovah in this time period, and Allah, have continued to support and promote him, and his minions support the factions of humans that will follow him and worship him, to elevate them, to bring about that suffering as they continue to lord it over humanity. When the Bible says the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one, they ain't lying. 75% of this planet worships Yahweh right now today in one form or another, whether they call him Allah as Muslims, or they call him Yahweh as Jews, or they call him Jehovah as Christians. They're all worshiping Enlil. That's why we're suffering, because humans will not learn the truth of that and stop it. If they stopped worshiping Yahweh and embraced the principles of the other brother, Enki, Yeshua followed Enki. Yeshua was teaching peace, love, respect for all life, cooperation, nonviolence, all of those type principles, those Christic principles that Yeshua was teaching. They hated him so much that they unalived him for teaching that stuff. That's why we suffer. Oh, thank you, Valerie. You say you love the way I teach with power and clarity. Yeah. Their books are about Jesus. Not all people believe in Jesus, but years back he was Indian. That's where he learned the ways. Yeah. And that's the thing, Vicky, the thing that he's not Indian. Nowhere did it ever say that he is Indian, but Yeshua did travel to India. He was Jewish. He was an Essene or perhaps an Edomite by birth. But at the age of 12, he left Jerusalem and went into the East. And Christians act like they don't know where he was or what he was doing. And I'm like, how in the world did y'all lose track of the most important man that's ever walked the face of the earth? And Christians claim they don't have no clue whatsoever what he was doing for most of his life. Because if he left at 12, came back at 30, and they killed him at 33 for 18 years, he was in the East, and they don't have a clue what he was doing. But like you said, Indian folk know what he was doing. The Tibetans know what he was doing. The folks down in Ethiopia know what he was doing. He was on a spiritual journey, a spiritual training. He did the tour of the pyramids for the initiatory pyramids going up through Africa. He was in the Himalayas studying with the Tibetan monks. Then he went over in India. It is said he studied under Babaji. Yeshua. There is a documentary that the BBC did years ago, probably literally like about a decade ago now, I think. You can look it up. I think it's still on YouTube here. It's called Jesus Was a Buddhist Monk. It was very thoughtfully done by the British Broadcasting System. Go look it up. Hey, Warrior Within, Without. Welcome, welcome. I hope you have a beautiful weekend too, my dear. Hey, P. Vader, I didn't see you. Vicky, yes, I do believe that Yeshua was a student of Shiva because in my opinion, from everything I've read, between the Lost Book of Enki, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Gospel of John in the Bible, and the Revelation, the Apocalypse of John in Revelation, after reading those texts, in my opinion, Yeshua was a student of Shiva because, again, like I said, Shiva is Lord Enki. And I also believe he was a student of Shiva because he was Shiva's son, Enki's son. Very likely the second incarnation of Thoth, the Atlantean. And yes, he did study Tantra. He studied Reiki, all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Jesus LeBlanc, we are discussing Yeshua right now. You said, what about Jesus and all of this? We are discussing that. If you don't know, go read in the Bible. You will not see one word in that Bible about Jesus after the age of 12. He was pressure on the priest, on the priest and the rabbis in the synagogue. He was teaching and correcting them and getting on their nerves at the age of 12. And they literally got him out of town from the age of 12 to the age of 30. There is not one word in that Bible about Jesus until he came back into town at the age of 30. And his ministry lasted 3 years, and they got so mad after 3 years, they finally talked the Romans into killing him for them. They didn't want to do it because they strongly suspected he was the Messiah, but rather than listen to him, because he was telling them that the God that they was worshiping was the wrong one, they got so angry about that rather than listen to him, they had the Romans kill him. Hey, big guy Dante, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Hey, Jordan Lee, welcome in. I got to get myself caught up on the notes. You said you don't like translating names. If his name was Yeshua, is his name Yeshua, not Jesus? Yes, his name is Yeshua. There was no J in the Hebrew language, so it's not possible that his name was Jesus. And the name Jesus means hail Zeus. Zeus is another of Yahweh's names. He was Zeus in the Greek pantheon. So when people pray in Jesus' name, they're not praying to the so-called savior of humanity. They're addressing that prayer all the way to Yahweh, and saying amen at the end of the prayer is a binding spell back to Yahweh's nephew Marduk, also known as Amun-Ra in the Egyptian pantheon. Hey Neon, I didn't see you in here, my love. Welcome in. So I prefer to say Yeshua. Occasionally, I'll use Jesus if I'm talking to somebody that I absolutely know is not spiritually advanced enough to understand that I'm who I'm talking about when I say Yeshua. But no, Yeshua's name was not Jesus. At best, it may, if you don't want to say Yeshua, it would have been Isa, Isa ben Nazariah, or Isa ben Yosef. But no Jesus, not at all. Now that I didn't know, Marie Willis, that the Pope prays to the Madonna and Isis. And honestly, that I'm so glad you said that. But even still, ISIS ain't about that time. And again, they do that for show. They still turn around and worship Yahweh because, and the reason I know they can't be too far, and they might do that because Isis Ishtar was the second geneticist on the Adamu project. Now she was in love with Enlil at one point, and she had a baby for him, but his wife is Ninki. I mean Ninlil, and I'm sorry, Ninki is Damkina's name. That's Enki's wife, but Ninlil, and I'm not sure if Asherah is the same correlation became. Is that if that became if Ninlil became Asherah, or if Asherah was somebody else, the one that's recognized as being his wife in the pantheons. But yeah. Oh, you did watch it the other week, Brittany? The Jesus was a Buddhist monk. Yay. And honestly, well, and that's very possible, truthfully, because you saying in the Himalayas, people believe that Jesus and Krishna have more similarities and both are the same. It's very possible, Vicky, because if you go back to the Christian Bible in John 1:1, in fact, let me read this. This is why I don't like to pick a subject, because we let the subject pick itself when we get on these live streams and start talking. But you said a mouthful, Miss Vicky. In John 1:1, it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with the Elohim. Now it says in my translation, this is the English Standard Version, it says the Word was with God, but I do know that everywhere it says God in this book, it should say either Elohim or El Shaddai, so I'll make the translation difference. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with the Elohim, and the Word was Elohim. He was in the beginning with the Elohim. All things were made through him, and without him, not anything made that was made. So that's one of the reasons I believe that Yeshua is the second incarnation of Thoth, because Thoth did come here with Lord Enki. He was the third geneticist on the Damu project. And that's the ironic part. Enki, Ninma, Isis, Ninma became Ningi. Ninma was known as Ninma, then she became Ninhursag, and then later on she became known as Isis. Enki stayed Enki for a long time, and then, like I say, as they started branching off into these other pantheons, and he did the whole Loki and Olokun and Shiva and all of that. Thoth, when he first came here, his name was Ningish Zeta. And Ningish Zeta, like you said, he became Thoth later. And he was known as Thoth for a very, very long time until he left Africa and went into the Mayan lands. And then he was known as Quetzalcoatl and Kukulkan when he ruled in the Mayan lands. Enki, when they went to did the whole Egypt thing, like I said, Ninma became Isis. Enki became Ptah. Hey, Dark Edits. You call him Yesu in India? Okay. Who is God? What is God? And is God a type 7 civilization? What existed before God? We're not going into all of that, because what existed before God, it goes back to the one. Go look up the Gnostic texts and all of that. We're not going into all of that, Dark Edits. I'm discussing who and what the God on earth is, but even the Anunnaki acknowledged that the one who actually created this planet, they referred to him as the creator of all. And he did not choose to interact with us. He did send his messenger, Galzu, to the Anunnaki on 2 separate occasions that they wrote down and talked about. One was when Galzu gave Enki the dimensions of the ark. And so basically, Galzu said, look, the creator of all has said, ain't nobody tell you to come here and mess with his creation and play God. But since you did this thing, he sees fit to let humanity stay here. They are to be preserved. And this flood thing that's coming, we know you didn't cause it. You can't stop it. But here is the dimensions of the vessel that we want you to make to preserve humanity. And Galzu came to Enki in a dream and gave him that message, and Enki obeyed, and then told Ziazudra, Noah, how to do it, and then humanity was preserved. In the Bible telling of that, they lie, literally lie, and turn around and give Yahweh credit for having preserved humanity. Yahweh was mad as hell when he found out that we didn't all drown in the flood. And it was Isis who said that she regretted having participated in that and would never again allow humanity to die by water, and gave us the covenant of the rainbow. Isis. It was not Yahweh. Humans worship him as if he loves us. Yahweh has always hated humanity. If you don't believe me, go read the Babylonian epic and the Sumerian epics. He would spend all of the Atrahas in the Enuma Elish, all the way through the Enuma Elish. He was calling for humanity's destruction. Yahweh, Enlil. Hey, Michael Stevens, welcome, welcome. I like Esau too, Lauren. And that's what I'm saying, Vicky. I would accept the correlation of Esha or Yeshu being Shiva, because again, well, you can say Shiva or like I said, from what I was led, the trail that I followed through, Shiva would be Enki. And anyway, like I said, I didn't even go down the whole Hindu route as seriously, because Yeshua took me right back to the Anunnaki, and that's the oldest of them all. So I didn't get trapped up in which pantheons they were what in, but basically they are all Anunnaki beings who came here from Nibiru. That's the main thing we need to know. You said we need to link up, Marie. Email me, modernmysticmessages@gmail.com. Yeah. The Anunnaki were here before Egypt. They were the ones who actually, Thoth says in the Emerald Tablets, that builded I the Great Pyramid. Thoth built the pyramid. They was here before anything else was on Earth. They were the first beings to ever breach Earth. They put sentient life here. There was no sentient life here. Read the Lost Book of Enki. They came from Nibiru in search of gold. In fact, they knew Ea is which they called Earth Ea. They knew it was here for a long time. A couple of explorers had tried to get to it, but there was an asteroid belt. They called it the Hammered Bracelet, that was around there, that they said was a residual from when Tiamat exploded. And so several of their beings had tried to take ships to cross through the Hammered Bracelet to get to Earth, just to do it in the past, and the ships never returned. They crashed in the asteroid belt and didn't survive. The Alalu, when he came here, in order to get to Ea, he took the weapons of terror, which were nuclear weapons that their ships were outfitted with to fight in the Galactic Wars, and he blasted his way through the asteroid belt to get to Earth. And he was the first Niburian who actually touched down on planet Earth. They tell that whole story in the Lost Book of Enki. Okay, there with Krishna. That's what I'm saying, Vicky. You said Krishna and Yeshu have the same life. Like they built a ship before the chaos. When he was born, they had to see. They gave him the pass to prison. They was born. Okay, so if Shiva is Enki, then it would only make sense that Krishna would be Yeshu, because even in the scriptures, when Yeshua was baptized, the first thing when he came up out the water, they said that there was a voice heard from heaven that said Holy Spirit descended in the form of a dove through the clouds, and a voice was heard by the people that said, "This is my son, the beloved, whom I have approved. Follow him." And then again at his transfiguration, they because they did a lot of that. Yet Enlil said that we were never supposed to see their faces, that we were to be told that they were gods, and that we could never see their faces. So anytime they wanted to talk to us, they appeared in the cloud, in smoke, in the burning bush, behind the wall, whatever. They had a lot of special effects, but they would never let us see their faces. And during what the description in Matthew of the transfiguration in the Gospel of Matthew, it says that when they came up on the hill after he was supposedly to survive the crucifixion and everything, there was a bright blinding light. He said his garments was glowing so white till it looked like they were lit from within and all of that. And they thought that Elijah and Moses had come down from heaven supposedly. So again, they believed in reincarnation because this was thousands of years after Elijah and Moses had walked the earth. But they thought that Elijah and Moses were there. And then they said they heard a voice coming from this cloud that was over them saying, again, this is my son, the beloved, whom I have approved. Believe him, is what it said that time. First time it said follow him. After his earthly ministry was over, it said believe him. That wasn't Yahweh. Yahweh hated everything Yeshua was standing for. That had to be Lord Enki that was speaking through the cloud. You said in India, it's in an avatar, parts of him helped in Christianity, it's chapters. Again, the reason you feel that way, Vicky, is because the story of Shiva and Krishna and the Vimana and all of that are so many thousands of years older than Christianity. When Emperor Constantine created Christianity at the First Council of Nicaea, they quite literally plagiarized many spiritual stories from all around the planet and put them into the Bible, the Christian story. And they found enough of the ancient, well, they ain't even going, I can't say they found, because 90% of what we base what we call Christianity on is the New Testament. And the New Testament scriptures, 90% of them were written by one man, and they were written 100 years after Yeshua was killed off of this planet. So they quite literally wrote Christianity, and then they sold it to the world as if it's ancient text and it's the inspired word of God and it's infallible and all the rest of that. Now the Jewish text, the Old Testament part, those were taken from ancient Anunnaki text and ancient other biblical Jewish writings and our Aramaic writings, Greek writings. All well, no Greek. Most of that Greek stuff that was Paul's gig. Like I say, it was all written by one person to promote a specific narrative. But what they did was Yahweh morphed into, well, he decided, like I say, in creating this vehicle, this morphing from Yahweh into Christianity, they used Jesus as a mascot or a bridge. The Jews hated his message. They hated him so much that they had the Romans kill him. And then 300 years after the Romans killed him, them same Romans turned around while they was creating this unifying religion. They pulled stories from all kinds of spiritual systems that were around at the time and put them into this one book, and then plunked the story of Jesus down in the middle of this book as the bridge that would basically carry them from Yahweh worship into this morphed out brand new Jehovah. He became Jehovah. It's the same being, same deity, but he hated Yeshua. So that's the biggest hypocrisy of the Bible. They killed him and then turned around and made him be the mascot because they used the name Christianity. There ain't nothing Christ-like about Christianity at all, except that story in there in the middle where they killed him for telling the truth that Yahweh was the devil. And then they turned around and the church clergy tells us that I'm reading that scripture wrong, that it ain't really say what it say, and it don't really mean what it mean, even though it's in there in plain words. They explained that part away and then turned around and remixed and rewrote and reconfigured. And then the self-appointed apostle Paul came along right after Yeshua. Yeshua said after they killed him that there would come along a deceiver that would leave man lost for many thousands of years. And that's exactly what happened. Paul came along and said, yo, look here. I know y'all ain't got no proof of it, but I had this revelatory experience on the road to Damascus, and Yeshua, he tapped me in and made me the head dog, even though I don't have no witnesses to that effect. Y'all just gonna have to trust me. He made me an apostle, and I'm here to tell you that this is the way it's gonna go down now. And literally, quite a lot of what he says in the New Testament flies directly in the face of what Yeshua said. It's very egotistical, it's very judgmental. It's none of how Yeshua was talking to the disciples or what he was telling them. But that's what they base Christianity on. They don't base Christianity on Yeshua's teachings and ministry. They base it on everything Paul said in the New Testament. For example, hold on a second. Let me make sure I'm catching up on the notes. Hey, Robin, welcome, welcome. I didn't see you come in. I can't check my email during this live stream, Paul, but I will check it later. Oh, you said Robin. Sorry, that was my bad. I thought you was talking to me. Well, first off, Dark Edits, if there were so many gods with equal powers, don't we think humanity would be vanished? No. If they were actually gods, maybe, but they weren't gods. They were just extraterrestrials that came here. They're more powerful than we are, but they're not gods. They lied and told us they're gods. You're still trying to go on this crazy premise that they were actually gods because you bought the Kool-Aid. You drinking the Kool-Aid and continue to believe the lie. They're not gods. They're astronauts who lied, who dared to play God. They were prime geneticists. So they knew how to merge their DNA with the hominid that was here. But they're not gods. Hold on. He said the story is Enki. One story is Enki and the Sun. Yeah. Hello. How are you? How was your day? Oh, that's what's up. 2 in a row, huh? There is a civilization that was called Mu. And that was not before the Anunnaki, and it wasn't before the civilization that was called Mu was right around the time, right either before or after, shortly around the time of Eridu and and all of those civilizations. Those were the first of the civilizations that were created by the Anunnaki. Ooh, wait a minute, is that spicy? Ooh, is it spicy really hot or no? You said it's not. Whichever one you prefer, then. Hold on a second, y'all. I'm so sorry. I don't care. Either way. Whichever one you like the best, give me the other one. Okay. Sorry about that. I had to get me some loot over here. Did you remember the ticket? Okay, awesome. Yeah, but as far with Schumer was the first civilization. Eridu was there. Shurabak. Thank you. But I'm very familiar. I mean, I'm familiar with Mu, but Mu also got taken out overnight, basically. So did Schumer. Schumer was taken out because of Marduk, Amun Ra. Before he became Amun Ra, the Anunnaki wars lasted for a long time on this planet. Marduk got mad in a pissing contest between him and I think it was Nanar or Nanerta, one of them two. And he didn't want him to get too powerful, so he wanted to take out one of the one of the landing ports that was somewhere down in the southern tip of Africa. And he went and basically whined to his granddaddy Anu and got permission to use one of the weapons of terror on the planet. And Enki had taken them off the ships and hid them in a cave somewhere. He knew that they should not be used on Earth. But Enlil was all for allowing that to happen, and they wound up doing that. And the nuclear fallout from it traveled northward and destroyed several of those cities overnight. Literally, the Anunnaki even had to get in their spaceships and hurry up and ride up out of here So that and then they came back after all of the fallout had, like the winds had carried. They called it the evil wind, and it knocked those whole civilizations out. Laughing Hard 22, I get this information from a lot of different places. Like I said, read the Enuma Elish, read the Atrahasis, read the Popol Vuh, go read the Lost Book of Enki. And there's plenty of other folks that are talking about this stuff all over the internet. Rudolf Steiner was talking about the fact that there was more than one Elohim in the scriptures 100 years ago. Zechariah Sitchin was talking about it when he started transcribing stuff. Casey talked about it in his discussion of the meaning of Revelation. There's a lot of folks that's talking about this. Paul Wallace, who was an archdeacon in the Anglican Church for 33 years in Australia, talks about the paleo contact aspect of the Bible, and he's got a channel on YouTube with 1.5 million people subscribers on it on Fifth Planet, and then he's got another one called Paul Wallace. Mauro Bellino in Italy is one of the Bibles. He was a major Bible translator, and he talks about it. Billy Carson talks about it. I get information from a lot of different places. Laughing Hard. You laughing, but you making yourself sound silly because you ain't bothered. Where do you get your fact? Again, I get it from more than just sitting up in Sunday school. The reason you laughing, because you only get your information from quote unquote church approved sources, which will never tell you the truth. You've been lied to and bamboozled, and the church will never tell you the truth. I learned something today. Wasn't even aware that the Pope prays to ISIS, but you still laughing. So who's ignorant? If you steady literally splitting your side with 5 laughing emojis, and the Pope prays to ISIS. You said it can be unauthorized to ask it here. Is there meditation or ritual to contact? Vicky, the way I connected with all of this information for real, I had no idea that I was gonna go down this aspect of the spiritual rabbit hole, so to speak. Um, I just started meditating in general in the end of 2016. By spring of 2017, I knew that I was undergoing some kind of transformation. I didn't know exactly what was happening. I was seeing more cosmic concepts. I didn't even realize it at the time, but what I was seeing was a visual representation of basically Gnostic principles of how, like the heavenly hierarchy, if you will. But I didn't know that because I had never read nothing about no Gnostic text. At that point, Christianity was the only basis that I had. And then by 2018, I was aware that I was kind of being invited on the path of the initiate. Things really, really started to shift for me um, in the fall of 2020. And for sure, like right after the grand conjunction of 2020, there was a double conjunction with Jupiter and Saturn, I think. And I saw some unusual things during that conjunction, and then ever since then, it was like things started getting more and more, getting like visual confirmations. After that, my clairaudience kicked in, and once I had confirmed, and again, when I say my clairaudience kicked in, I'm not trying to be funny. I was a doubting Thomasina too, but when I started hearing things that I genuinely did not know the answer to and had to look it up online to verify what I was hearing in my head and found out that it was true, I knew that clairaudience was a real thing for me. And at that point, I prayerfully asked if any of the ascended masters that were willing to work with me would make themselves known to me if they would come forward. And immediately, Yeshua, Saint Germain, and Thoth came forward to me. And I've just gone where my meditations and intuition and things have sent me, whatever materials, whatever books, whatever podcasts, whatever documentaries, different things. Since I've been doing that since hold on a second, since 2018. So, like I said, folks can get as upset as they want to, or they can poo poo and laugh at it as they want to. That's them and their ignorance laughing. What do I care? Like I said, people laughed at Yeshua too. They didn't just laugh at him, they unalived him. So if a few ignorant people come in and they don't bother to check their research and they don't want to understand or they busy talking about proof, Christians, they ain't no pastor, imam, priest, or rabbi or nothing else that's got no proof or none of that stuff they saying either. So you don't have to trust me. Go read a book or do whatever you're gonna do. Okay, I've only allowed one past life regression in the past, Marie. I was kind of focusing forward. My guides have told me I need to do some past life regression, but I am real leery about who I would allow myself to open my mind to in hypnotism. So until I find the right regressionist to take me down that route, I just haven't bothered. Well, I don't know about 13 fools up in here laughing hard. I know it's one in here if you still here, but I don't know about 13. That's the thing that gets me. You don't have the information, but rather than go somewhere and learn, you're going to call somebody else a fool just because you don't know what they're talking about and you don't agree what they're talking about. So you've decided that the whole world operates only on your very limited scope of understanding and information. How foolish is that, laughing hard? I know I don't know everything and I never claim to, but you don't know, have a clue what we're talking about. And you decided that we're fools because we don't agree with you. We're going to ignore laughing hard because you ain't awakening nobody, least of all yourself. So I'm not even going to waste my energy even trying to enlighten you about nothing else. From now on, I'm done with you laughing hard. Hey, Rahul, how are you? That was Osiris, I believe, that was cut into several pieces, Rahul. And again, I don't know who that translates to. Some of those stories, there are a lot of deities that started being added to the pantheon, especially by the time you get down to Egyptian theology. They started adding all kinds of deities in the mix, and some of them do not have an Anunnaki correlation. I strongly suspect the same holds true for the Hindu pantheon. There were so many deities that run through there that there's some that just don't have an Anunnaki correlation. Hey, mermaid, how are you? I ain't seen you in here in a minute. Yay, yay. Oh, did you, Paul? Okay, I will check my email. I'm been lazy. Last night, I was doing tarot on the other channel for about 7 hours. And after that, I had to go and cook for my roommate. And after that, I ain't gonna lie, I just kind of vegged out in my head and I didn't check my email, but I will. I'll check it tonight. Honestly, I didn't know. I haven't read enough of the Vedic text, Vicky, to know about all of that. But my familiarity with the Anunnaki wars is from reading in the Lost Book of Enki. But again, I love the confirmation because if you're telling me right now that the Vedic texts talk about the Anunnaki wars, they went on for thousands of years all over the planet. So the beginning of it was there on in Africa when Marduk unleashed the weapon of terror. But again, it continued for thousands of years because they Marduk and Enlil primarily. Now again, there were many of them. At one point they started out with, like, I think the first wave of them that came through was like 50 of them in outside of Enlil and Enki and all of them. They brought like 50 lieutenants with them. And then when they did the mining project, at one point it was like 600 Anunnaki on this earth. And then they got greedy and they started having children and they started marrying and itching for power and wanting to claim people. The more people that came, the more people that bred and came about, the more they wanted to partition those people off to worship them because they was tired of doing the work for themselves. If you could call yourself a god and get you a bunch of people to worship you, then as those people produce, they tithe to you and make burnt offerings to you and make grain offerings to you, then you don't have to do your work anymore. The people turn around and take care of you. So they started fighting amongst themselves for more power and control. That's why Yahweh wanted to carve out a nation for himself. He had been in exile, and when he came out of exile, he did not have a land and he did not have a people. So what did he do? He went and got Abram. Yo, Abram, I see you just left. You left Ur, which he left the city of Ur. His father had been a scribe in the temple of Nanarsin when he left Ur, but he was out there by himself, him and Sarah and they people in a little caravan heading out into the desert. And Yahweh roped him off and said, "Yo, let me put a bug in your ear. You 75 years old. You ain't got no child. You ain't got none of this. What's gonna be your legacy after you leave? I tell you what." You worship me and worship me exclusively, and I'll give you a son in your old age, and I'll make your name a mighty people. And Abram was so old, he laughed at it, and Sarah laughed too, because Abraham was 75 and Sarah was 65 when they made that promise. And Yahweh didn't even fulfill that promise for 24 more years. Abraham was 99 years old before Yahweh gave Sarah a baby. And he promised that he almost didn't even do it. Go back and read Genesis 18. Genesis chapter 18 is the one time that Yahweh broke his own rule. He said that we were never supposed to see their faces, that we were supposed to understand that they were gods. We were to be told that they were gods. And that if we saw their faces, we were supposed to be killed on the spot. And he broke his own rule in Genesis 18 because he was walking through the land and Abraham messed around and saw him, and he turned around and told Sarah to go and make some cakes and bread and whatever for him, and he went out and slaughtered a goat and had the man prepare the goat. They barbecued Yahweh up, and Yahweh is a meat eater. Him and his two beings that was with him, his messengers, sat under the tree and ate, broke bread. Abraham washed Yahweh's feet and the two people who was traveling with him, and he broke bread with them under the tree. That's not a god. That's a being. Probably, who knows? That's laughing is somebody that came in here and quite literally the way they was talking. It's just a hater that sat through the 5 minutes because they had something they wanted to get off their chest and they want to talk about. But again, it's just ignorance. That's the only reason I even take my time to answer them, because probably is a Christian that's stuck in their righteous indignation just because they don't know no better, because they're taught to be so loud and wrong. They don't know. They really don't know, because most of them are too afraid to go and read the text that they would have to read to sort this thing out and get that information. Now, if they keep showing up with wanting to do their little proselytizing and they evangelizing, eventually they're gonna get curious enough to go read some of them books. Because I don't tell nobody to just take my word for it. I don't know everything. Look, when we were going through um the Emerald tablets, I had another revelation. That was like my fourth or fifth time going through the Emerald tablets, and I had missed some stuff. Because years ago, when I first went through it, I wasn't, like I said, it's layers to spirituality, and I just didn't get it. I missed it. I had to go through the Lost Book of Enki on my second time before I even understood what I was looking at, and it was the third time that I went through it that I got a lot of the stuff that I had missed there. And I've been reading the Bible since I was 3 years old, and that stuff that went down in the Gospel of John and in Matthew, and I got a new insight on Revelation too, just in the past couple of years. So when these Christians come through, as long as they're not too disrespectful, I'll take a few minutes to try to help them out, give them something to think about, so maybe they'll go do their homework. Mermaid, oh, earlier, Vicky is here. Apparently, Vicky has a history with Hinduism and Catholicism, and she said, "Well, I do understand that they worship the Madonna, and then they got the black Madonna for everything that the white Pope does. They got a whole black papacy too, and I don't mean black as in African American. They actually wear black robes and reds and all that. It's Christian, I mean, Catholicism is extremely Luciferian in origin. I just didn't know that the Pope's prayers are actually addressed to Isis, but it would make sense. Why not? Yahweh is Enlil, Isis's brother. That's what people don't understand, but the papacy acknowledges that. Enki, the one that I talk about, is Yahweh's brother. He's just, like I say, is wicked brother, nicer brother, basically. It's like back was in Dallas, the show Dallas years ago with Bobby and JR. Enlil is JR. Enki is Bobby, literally. And I guess I was about to say Isis would be Sue Ann caught in the middle. No, because Sue Ann was kind of on the wicked side. What was Bobby's wife? Victoria Principal played her name, but I can't remember. But she would, like I said, Enlil. I mean, Isis would basically be Bobby's wife, even though in reality she wasn't either of their wives. But yeah. Has anyone in here ever seen an alien? Plenty. Not in. I haven't. I've seen spacecraft. I haven't personally seen an extraterrestrial up close, but there are plenty of folks that do give those accounts, and as many thousands of people that have talked about seeing beings and seeing craft and all the rest of that. There's no way in the world that I'm willing to be ignorant enough to sit up there and say all of those people are lying or crazy. You sound crazy, laughing hard, and I really got to ignore you now. You don't have to believe nothing I say. In fact, I wish you take your simple self home right now. I genuinely do. Exact mermaid, I'm aware. I was just trying to bring you up to speed. That's all. Exactly. He can't believe this, but he believed that God sent himself to sacrifice himself to himself. Why in the world? I never understood why in the world would somebody that supposedly created all humanity and supposed to be the Alpha and the Omega and know everything. If he knew everything, he should have known humans, Adam and Eve was gonna sin, suppose what they call sin. And if you knew Adam and Eve were gonna sin and you didn't stop them, and then you let 5 or 6 thousand years rock on before you decide to do something about it, and then turn around and sacrifice your own son in a blood sacrifice ritual to supposedly buy back the sinful nature of the faulty humans that you created, that still make you a psychopathic, crazy behind deity. Who in the world would want to worship that? But yet humans do, and they turn around and say that we crazy for believing a way less dramatic and less bloodthirsty story. They want to believe the bloodthirsty story. Like Paul Wallace said, worshiping a monster makes monsters out of us. If your God is bloodthirsty and irrational and jealous and misogynistic and all those other things, then guess what? After a while, if you stick around and worship a God like that in order to justify his behavior, then again, you wind up justifying it for yourself, and eventually you adopt it for yourself. That's one of the reasons why the planet has been under the influence of the Abrahamic religions for 2,500 years, and there's rarely been any peace, like planet wide peace, since then. There's been some kind of a conflict, war, famine, conflict going on ever since the Abrahamic religions have been installed on this planet. Yeah, the Bible speaks of them, but the thing is, Marie Willis, the Bible speaks of the Anunnaki, but they also, the first half of the Bible is from ancient texts that they found, but they didn't do pure and honest translations They did versions. King James Version, if you notice, that is not a translation, it is a version because they put certain things in there to promote a narrative. Like that scripture talking about Lucifer, the morning star, that's an intentional translation of a translation. And I got that information from other Bible societies, informations over the years, for years ago. Um, but King James wasn't even a Christian. He didn't believe in Yeshua. King James was a sodomite. King James was a PDF file. And at the end of the day, his other great work on this planet was an encyclopedia of demonology. King James didn't give a flip about Jesus. He just liked ancient works. But when they intentionally interpreted Elohim and El Shaddai to mean God, they were intentionally genericizing those ancient texts. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually scrubbed the actual names that probably were initially listed in some of those texts and took them away. Because, like I say, at the time when they talk about Abram leaving Ur, there were many Anunnaki that were alive and well. Like it's even in Yahweh's temple, Asherah and Baal and El were still listed. And he absorbed them. Like I said, he absorbed. He was known as Baal. Later on, El initially was a separate deity, and in time, Yahweh absorbed El. And basically, I guess in the stories, they either killed Asherah off or whatever. But all of that, like I said, he was so jealous, he couldn't even stand having his wife by his side in worship. It had to be only him. Exactly, Valerie. That was how I actually was able to get over my fear. Because again, I understand the fear of a lot of Christians when they're in this programmed place, because it's an indoctrination. It's a programming that's laid down in you, and then you get to the point where you're afraid to look at anything different because you don't want to be wrong. Because good Lord, like I said, Yahweh is a vengeful God. It tell you in the scriptures that he's jealous and he's vengeful and he's exacting and all those other things. So you're afraid of getting it wrong. So you don't want to dare look at anything else, because I don't know why we think that the words on the page gonna jump out like the boogeyman and do something wrong. But I can remember even having that heart fluttering fear at certain things in the years ago, that I wouldn't even look at information for fear of what I might learn in it when I was steeped in Christian indoctrination. It wasn't until my mind began to open up a bit and I started waking up in the matrix and genuinely wanted to understand the true nature of Yahweh, that it allowed me to start looking at other information other than what, like I said, than the church approved material. And then a whole new world opened. I understood. Yeah, I mean, let me see. In past aggressive life, she started crying hysterically, saying that the man didn't love them anymore. The male did. He wanted war. They wanted to take over. They no longer wanted harmony anymore. I don't doubt that at all, because again, the main two, even back during the time of the lost book of Enki, and that was before Egypt, before all the rest of that stuff happened, when they were still going around by their original names. Yahweh and Marduk was already showing their ass even back then. They was acting up damn near from the time they set foot on this planet off the ship. Marduk was exiled twice because he acted up so bad by his own people. Civilization wasn't a big thing back then. They was literally still in the mining process. They had some humans around because they were the workers doing the mining, but before even the major cities and stuff were established, Marduk was showing his ass and wanting exclusive worship. Yahweh wanted exclusive worship. And eventually Yahweh was exiled too by his own people. Oh Lord, here you go, Brooklyn Zoo. Again, like she said, you didn't expose nothing. You just made yourself look like a damn fool, and you look even crazier now, popping back up in here now, because the people that are in here now actually want to talk about some stuff and learn some stuff, and you wasting your time. You want to talk about somebody looking crazy? You look like a fool to spend your time on a beautiful Saturday afternoon sitting up in a live stream talking about stuff that you don't believe in. That's just crazy. I wouldn't waste my time because you ain't going to change nobody's mind here. You just make yourself look stupid. That's somebody that genuinely don't have a life. I can trace my bloodline to the Choctaw, to the Blackfoot, and to the Irish people, Brooklawn Zoo. I can trace it back that. And how dare you? That's a racist thing to say, because if just because some ignorant ass white folks came over here and massacred up a bunch of people and scattered their bloodlines, you think that's something to laugh about? You really are ignorant as hell. Very ignorant. That's not nothing to laugh about because somebody's had their bloodlines snatched away from them. Racist asshole. But I do know my bloodline. Do you know yours? Everybody in America don't have a slave lineage, fool. Everybody, all black people in America don't have a slave lineage, fool. And I do have a slave lineage, but it didn't come through the African boat. It came through the indigenous people, Blackfoot and Choctaw. You know what? I wish to goodness we could keep the text on here because you're talking about I'll sell 16 books to the 16 people who believe in me. Because I promise you, before the end of it's over with, I'm gonna sell way more than 16 books. And you gonna look up one day, and it ain't even may not even be talking about none of this. But how dare you? At least I'll sell them 16 books. You sitting up here on free 99, wasting your precious time. At the end of your life, you gonna wish you had this time back that you wasted heckling somebody else on something that you ain't even have to be involved with. And if you are that foolish with your time and your energy, I don't envy you your life review because you're going to have to revisit all the pain you caused on earth to people. And if you'll come in here and attack a stranger like this, I know you've brought plenty of misery everywhere you go on this earth. There's plenty of people that'll probably tap dance on your grave when you leave here. And you're going to sit back and have to listen to all of their pain. You don't have to be a miserable jerk just because you have. Go out somewhere and find something that brings you joy and stop trying to bring misery. I'm first off, Brooklyn, I am not a fortune teller, and I ain't told nobody I'm a fortune teller, and I don't need to. I'm not playing parlor trickery with you. Because no matter what I tell you about you, you turn around and lie if you had to say that I'm not telling the truth. I don't need to prove myself to you. I've got dozens and dozens and dozens of people at this point that I have done very resonant readings for. And they tell me, I give them confirmations even when I don't even understand what I'm saying in the cards or why I'm led to say a certain thing. So what do I care? Why would I sit there and put myself on display to just have somebody like you clown me? You ain't that important to me for me to have to prove myself to you just so you can lie and clown on me. I'm not trying to go there. What again? Why don't you unsubscribe and leave the channel? If I'm so foolish and so not worth listening to, why are you wasting your precious time even being here? You exposing yourself to be a fool. That's all you exposing. And again, Paul, he said, "But somebody can leave you out of it." He can't show no proof of nothing either. He just in here running his mouth. Honestly, I don't agree with removing a lot of people, but you may have to be removed because you're again. This is the asshole that I was sitting here talking about the other day. Now, this is a true charlatan by his own admission. He does not have a spiritual calling on his life. He did not receive a gift of tarot or any other kind of intuitive gifts. He chose to go and become a charlatan and play at being a tarot reader and took people's money playing at being a tarot reader. But he gonna come in here and criticize me for spending hours of my time showing love to the community that chooses to show love to me, reading tarot for free for them. But he showed up as a charlatan and admittedly scammed people, but gonna sit here and criticize me. Shame on you, Brooklawn Zoo. Shame on you. Because you done went and made your money and now you're gonna come in here and hate on me. That's a true charlatan and an absolute criminal. Hey P Vader, how are you? Oh, I know, Marie Wills. If, like I say, if I was out here doing some ridiculousness, they wouldn't even be bothered. They only come because I'm in here on a higher frequency. It's all right. It's all right. But I just, again, there's only so much. Look, come on, let's all leave at the same time. It's only 10 of you. Well, guess what? I wish you would, but I know the other 10 ain't going to leave because they want to be here. If you don't want to be here, just leave. You said the Christian and religious indoctrination is strategic and powerful. It's a challenge to break past those strongholds of the mind. Yeah, it really is. Honestly, Valerie, exactly. That's my thing. Those that claim they want proof, my thing is may not have visible proof of the Anunnaki, but I do have visible proof of the fact when the scriptures say the whole world is lying in the power of the wicked one. 75% of this planet worships Yahweh in one faction or the other, and we ain't had no peace on this planet since 75% of the planet started worshiping Yahweh. All of the Abrahamic religions are violent, misogynistic. They promote greed. They promote things like slavery, misogyny, all of that. So if they were the truth, we should have planetary peace. If they were the truth, there should be nobody going to sleep bed hungry on this planet. There shouldn't be the corporate greed that we see, because all of those, on one way or another, most of the countries that are doing anything economically on this planet claim to be one or the other of those, whether they're Muslim countries in the Arab world controlling the oil, or over in Europe and the United States with Christianity, or over in all that. Israel, Judaism, Christianity, Islam. They are controlling the economy of the world. They are controlling the religions of the world, and we have no peace and no morals on this planet. That's proof enough that they are not promoting the truth, because Yeshua said the real God is love, and ain't nothing loving about the crap that we're seeing. And the real proof of it is look at the people that support them. People like this Brooklawn Zoo and this other Laughing Cow, whatever, 22, whatever that was. They supposedly good Christians or good whatever they supposed to be, and ain't got nothing better to do to come in and spread a bunch of nonsense, hate, and confusion, and got the nerve in their flipped out minds to think that they're doing a good thing by being a disruptor. If they really believed in what they was talking about, instead of coming in somebody else's house disrupting, they should create their own platform and then attract as many hundreds, thousands, millions of people if they want. If they think they got the truth, if they really got the truth, then all they got to do is get on there and create their own platform and then go teach the people. In fact, truthfully, if you're a good Christian, you owe it to the people to go create your own platform and preach whatever it is you want to preach off of it. And if you're really a good Christian, you're supposed to flee. What does it say? Flee the devil, oppose the devil, and he'll flee from you. So if you think I'm evil, you shouldn't even be up in my house. You should leave, because it's the unclean thing. And according to the scriptures, if you a good Christian, you ain't supposed to have nothing to do with me. You're supposed to leave. No, I know ain't nothing wrong with it over here, Valerie or Brooklyn. You said, do I think there's something wrong with the people in power? Of course. And look, Yeshua said, Caesar's things to Caesar, God's things to God. Church and state were never supposed to mix, but they've always been in strange bedfellows ever since. Even in the apocalypse of Revelation, it says Babylon the great harlot. That's talking about religion. That is literally talking about the religious systems of the planet. You didn't know that that's Babylon the Great? Christendom is described as a harlot because they have prostituted themselves by mingling with the governments of the world, and all of that mess is going to be taken out according to the end of Revelation. Welcome to you too, and goodbye, happy people. If you think that I'm crazy, go ahead. I don't. Again, the fact that you think I'm crazy means absolutely nothing to me. But I am going to speak since you bothered to come in here. So hello and goodbye, because I'm going to ignore you too from now on. Hey, Paul Snowchild. Welcome in, baby. Right, Amanda? I know. Child. It is on subscriber only. Like I said, these losers have so little to do in their life that they literally went through and give me the subscription anyway, just so they can come in here and talk shit. So, like, that's the pathetic part. That's the true pathetic part, Paul Snowcloud. Hey, P. Vader, if I didn't say it before, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm a native and I have a slave lineage, but it's not through Africa. But he basically was looking at the fact because they talked about that before. I've heard some of these folks that put that out there talking about because Americans they feel like all Black Americans come through off the boat from Africa that they laugh at the fact that our lineage was taken away from us and we don't know. But again, I heard my little slave lineage and I told people about it, but truthfully, my slave story ain't even all that sad of a story because my grandmother, my great grandmother, was basically the first free child born in my family. And she was born like right on the edge, like 1865 ish or so. My grandmother was born in 1888. But she was the child of, well, let's put it this way, if he could have legally married my great great grandmother, he would have. It was not legal for him to marry her, but he was very much in love with her. And at the end of slavery, the children that could pass for white, their mother went with them into the North, and they've got college educations and all the rest of that that could. The children that could not pass stayed on the farm with their father, and he sent them to trade schools and ag schools and stuff like that. But again, every lineage ain't horrifying. I'm not saying it was right for him to do that, but guess what? In that whole slave story, when they busy trying to make themselves feel better by clowning on Black people about that, there was white slaves in America too. And the reason I know, because in Virginia there was a law on the books that said after whatever, I forgot what the exact date was, but it said after such and such date Black slave owners would no longer be able to purchase white slaves. People don't realize that. What do they think indentured servitude was? It was a whole lot of the so-called immigrants that came over here to America as indentured servants. That's a slave for 7, 10, however many years they had to work as a slave to pay off their passage to America. But it was better than dying in debtor's prison, which is why they went ahead and came. And from what I've been reading in like history books, the conditions on those ships were not much better than they were on the Amistad and some of the Black slave trade ships either. Many of those folks that came from Ireland and England and all of that did not survive that ocean voyage from such a short distance from the UK over to here. Some of them didn't because of the way they was packed into those ships and the horrible conditions. But even if they did survive the trip, They spent their first 7 to 11 years as slaves right here in the United States to pay for their passages. Everybody that came here from Europe wasn't rich when they got here. Um, First off, Brooklyn, I didn't read for Brooklyn, and you don't have no idea what's going on in here, Paul. Or not Paul, whoever you are. Talking about you feel like there's some truth. Happy people, I ain't seen you before at all today, so you have no idea what's going on in here. You ain't got a nickel in this quarter, bro. Nothing. Because I refuse to read for somebody that I know is a liar and a charlatan, you're going to tell me that there's some truth to what they say? He literally sat in a previous live stream and admitted that he had scammed people by using Barnum statements to lie to people when he does not have any kind of spiritual gifts, no intuitive hits, no nothing to actually present himself as a tarot reader. But for over a year, he scammed people for money to present himself as a tarot reader, even though he does not have any kind of clairaudience or any kind of intuitive ability. And you gonna side with him and say that you feel like he telling the truth? Well, that's on you. Then you just as crazy as he is. You would rather side with an admitted con man than listen to the dozens of people that are sitting here telling you that I do answer direct questions and I am a very intuitive reader. I just refuse to read for a liar. I don't want his nasty energy in my space because I am clairaudient and I am intuitive. I don't even want him in here in the live stream, to be honest with you. The only reason I'm allowing any of you idiots to remain here is because YouTube, unfortunately, punishes people that keep their rooms clean. They give you the ability to remove you jerks, but then when you do remove them, we get shadow banned for it. That's one of the reasons why my live streams went from getting 20, 30,000 views to getting 1 or 2,000 views, because trolls like y'all ain't had shit better to do than to come in here and bother people. So in order for me to get back to where I'm hitting the algorithm, because I do want to reach people that want to be reached, I just let y'all stay here and sound and look stupid. Niana, if it's really bothering y'all that bad, you can get rid of them. I don't care, because I'm at the point now it don't even matter. Yeah. We can try removing their comments first before we're actually removing them. But if they continue, just remove them, because I'm already banned. I know I'm going to have to put 30 to 45 days in before I hit the algorithm again. I don't even care. Just get rid of them. It's not even worth it. Their energy is nasty and I don't want it. Yeah, and I feel you, Nicole. You say you respect the option to seek truth to match your vibration. You're seeing and feeling understanding right now. It's not okay to be bound by something not yielding results. Exactly. And that's the only thing that I say. I am not running up in nobody's church house, proselytizing, protesting, or acting a fool up in the church house. Those that want to go to church, God bless, kick ass. But for those who are not satisfied, that kind of sort of feel like something ain't right, I went down the rabbit hole. Prayerful consideration. Like I say, I was a teenager crying in my knees on in my prayer closet, on my knees, crying, asking for truth. All my life I've been a seeker. All my life I've been a reader. All my life I've pursued these things. So I mean, I ain't gonna sit here. I'm not foolish enough to say that these idiots don't bother me. They don't bother me in the personal. It bothers me only because they're so full of darkness that they're trying to prevent those who are seeking the light from finding light. They've allowed themselves to be minions of the devil, and they don't even have a clue. They're so stuck in their ignorance that they think that they're doing a good thing. They have no idea they're not wanted here. The people that are trying to learn don't want them here, and they're literally sticking around because their demons have brought them here. And I rebuke all of them. in the name of Yeshua. But oh well. I'm trying to see. I'm just catching up on the notes, that's all. Oh Lord, and this darn Jada rapper fool and came back too. He's so ignorant, he ain't got nothing better to do than try to make his little sideways jokes for some. He ain't got but one joke, y'all. Like, I don't know I'm fat. I know I'm fat, but you stupid because you ain't got shit better to say to me than to call me Jabba the Hutt repeatedly. This is about the seventh or eighth time you done came up in my live stream with that Jabba nonsense. A 40 freaking year old crazy behind sci-fi movie. That's the best you got, Jay the Rapper? They probably call you Stumpy the Baldy. Who knows? But again, a stranger coming up into another stranger's house and literally attacking them like a child, like a school bully. Where they do that at? And then still call yourself intelligent. That's literally signs of no life and no intelligence. Hey, pal, I ain't seen you in here in a minute either. Right, Paul? It, Paul Snowcloud, the thing that really gets me, if you go to I saw it in a picture. I've never been inside the Vatican, but I've seen pictures of different areas in the Vatican. Number one, next time you get a chance to look at some Vatican artwork, look at how much of it got excuse me, it's very serpentine all over. They got lots of images of demons, serpents, all of that kind of stuff. And then they got a sanctuary in there. From the view from the pulpit, if you the view from the audience towards the pulpit is normal, but the view standing from the pulpit going back to the exit doors, the exit, the entry, the mouth, if you will, of that auditorium looks like the head of a serpent. The Vatican. What's wrong, Amanda? You retracted your message. What's the matter? Yeah, it is the zombie land for real. You have been there and seen it? Good. Good. Since these other folks think that because I can't bring every bit of whatever I've learned or read or seen all throughout time, I can't bring it here to the live stream to show you in person for proof for them that they don't want to believe it. You've actually seen it for yourself, so that's good. And here come this fool. Now, why he think I look like a frog? Where does these supposed adults get off talking? You know what? I know why. Because these are some lifeless punks that ain't never been punched in the face. That's what it is. Only ugly trolls talk to people like this. For real. I have never, ever, ever, ever in my life seen a truly attractive person just walk up to a stranger and start talking about their weight, their face, their appearance, or nothing else. It genuinely takes an ugly soul, ugly in the mirror, ugly in the soul, to walk up and start talking about physical attributes of a stranger. That's just, it's mean bullying tactics. It's not a sign of any real intelligence whatsoever. You right, happy people. Ribbit is crazy. What's crazy is that a grown person would think that that's funny or cute. That's what's crazy. They don't have no, exactly. I'm saying it's such a sign of a lack of intelligence. It's not even funny. These are probably the people that laugh at autistic children, to be honest with you, or laugh at people in wheelchairs. Like, who does that? And again, I know they look like a hot mess. and probably delusionally think that they look good, but they probably look like the gum off the bottom of somebody's shoe. Because I've never seen a genuinely attractive person do that to anybody. Even when you see them so-called mean girls on TV, they be hair flicking and all the rest of that stuff, and they think they look good, but they don't never look as good as they think they do. The only reason they put people down like that is because they have some kind of a trauma, inferiority complex against themselves, so they put other people down to try to make themselves feel better. Really attractive people do not do that to people. It's not funny. It's not funny. And whether you are calling names, I'm not a frog. I'm nowhere in the amphibian family. So you're talking about you wouldn't, you just felt it was funny. Why would you think it's funny as an adult to come up in somebody's live stream and start making ribbit sounds at them or ribbit emojis or anything else? And this other fool talking about Jabba the Hutt. That ain't even relevant and current. Star Wars is over 40 years old. And he ain't found nothing better to say since then. That let me know he's a nerd with no life. Why would you think it's funny? What if somebody walked up and started talking about your mama like that? Or do you even know who your mama is? Or your daddy? Or did he run off and go get cigarettes somewhere? See, that stuff ain't funny, is it? Hey, Aylet, how are you? Welcome. Again, it's, oh, so you must be a child. You on some monkey see, monkey do shit. Three of y'all idiots are in here. And so because somebody else started and you just thought it was cool to chime in, I'm going to say it again. Be wise with your time. At the end of your life, you're going to regret the times that you wasted doing foolish stuff. You can't get that time back. It's a beautiful Saturday afternoon. If you don't believe what's happening here and you don't agree with what's going on here, don't waste your time sitting in a live stream about stuff you don't agree with and don't understand. Go find something to do with your life, because at the end of the day, you're going to wish you had that time back. Or at the end of the real end of the day, when you have your life review, you're going to feel real shitty for sitting around doing stuff like this to people. So it ain't even just me. If you've got a habit of sitting up in people's live streams doing that, or you probably one of them people that turn around and kick dogs, pull legs off of spiders, and all that other good stuff, or like you say, low key clown people with physical or mental disabilities, you'll pay for that in your life review. Don't do that. And this is just free advice from an auntie. So I'm hoping that you're a child. But if you are, whether you're a child or an adult, I definitely would advise you to go spend your life where it counts. Because at the end of your life, you don't get no extra. And the time you waste doing stuff that you really don't believe in with people you really don't believe in, it's a waste. Hey, Shawanda, how are you? You ain't exposed nothing, Brooklyn. You exposed yourself to be a crook. You admitted that you don't have any intuitive gifts, that you lied and stole people's money by putting yourself out there as a tarot reader. You ain't exposed a damn thing, because I refuse to allow myself to absorb enough of your energy to read for you. I refuse to read for you so you could sit up and lie, but you ain't exposed nothing. It's exposed how nasty and amoral you are. That's all. That's all you did, is expose who you are. And Bush kid is so daggone dare I say, I'm not even gonna stoop to using the word that really describe what he is, because he's still doing it. Whatever, boy. Right. You said Paul, you said for the haters, when you woke up this morning, did you plan to do this? And you thank God for giving you another chance to get it right, and then you turned around and failed. That's my thing. Y'all supposed to be such good Christians with all the answers. If you put your feet on the ground this morning and thank God for life, and then you turn around and misuse the life he gave you by just mentally tormenting other people, you don't even deserve the life he gave you. You're showing a lack of appreciation for the life that literally, for the life that you prayed for and thanked God for. By your, if you say you Christian, I hope when you put your feet on the ground this morning, you thanked him for life. And this is what you do with that life. You should be embarrassed. Right, Brittany? They don't realize how unintelligent it makes them look, or they would be embarrassed of themselves, whether they're children or adults, because they're behaving like really like little prepubescent boys. Like I say, even little boys over the age of 10 or 12 wouldn't act like this. They're literally acting like prepubescent little boys, emotionally handicapped, exactly. Like they literally have organic brain injury, cognitive delay. Let's put it that way. But they supposed to be good Christians. Child, you ain't never lied, Brittany. None of my children would have ever. You ain't teaching nobody. You just came in and confessed that you was a con man and a thief. You ain't teaching nobody nothing by coming up in people's live streams talking that. Because again, I am clairaudient. I do have intuitive gifts. And at this point, I got a couple hundred people that I've read for that could vouch for that. And most of them, the vast majority of them, I did it for free. I didn't ask for a dime. Some of them voluntarily they bought me a coffee because they felt like it. But the vast majority of people that I've ever read for, I did it for free. I wasn't out scamming nobody. And you a woman, well, it doesn't matter. Women act the ass too, and that's proof positive right here. Crooks, liars, charlatans, scam artists, and cognitively different people all can be in all types of races, genders, it doesn't matter. Thank you. Crazy part is they probably gonna still hang around in here just because, but again, it's all good. And I love that because, like I said, I didn't even have to remove them. My mods did. And again, if you're still here hanging around Brooklyn, I don't give my mods the only guidelines that I gave them was that I asked them to start being more lenient and allowing y'all idiots to hang around longer, the haters and all of that. So they've been itching to get rid of you for a minute, but you just got so offensive she just couldn't stand it no more. But I don't tell any of my mods to get rid of people. They are regular viewers just like you who stuck around long enough to feel my energy and the message and the things that I've been saying. They've been here for a minute, not just popped up 2 sessions ago. And they don't want your energy here. So your peers have voted you off the island, Brooklyn. That part. It's our light soul. And it is. I don't blame you. Like I say, I just truthfully decided. Like I say, I let y'all handle it. But yeah, when you get removed off of this channel, do understand I'm not doing it. You have been removed by a jury of your peers, voted off the island. Exactly, exactly. So yeah, he just got a little too much. If the ones that really really want to do their thing, honestly, Paul Snowcloud, to some degree that's true, but honestly, not really. I don't even agree with that particularly. I think a healer or a teacher should make their rates reasonable, but under the universal laws, it's appropriate to charge for sharing your gifts. It's an energy exchange that benefits the giver and the receiver. It's nothing wrong for a healer to ask for money. It's just it should be reasonable. I don't agree with these charlatans, like all these crazy gurus and preachers and stuff that's flying around in private jets and stuff, and demanding to see the members 1099. I mean, seeing their W-2s each year so they can know how much they're gonna expect because they're demanding the tithe and all that. I don't agree with that. But it's nothing wrong for people that provide a service charging for that service because of the energy exchange involved. Because truthfully, your spiritual gifts are supposed to support you. And if you don't ask for it, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They demand it. Some churches now won't even allow you to join their church if you don't show them your W-2 because they want to know how much they can count on. And if they don't get your 10%, you're going to hear from the church board. So I don't think it's wrong for healers to charge for their services, especially a heal. If you're gonna put in full-time hours, you're not just do because again, when I went and got certified as a Reiki healer, that wasn't free for me. I had to pay hundreds of dollars for that. When I turn around and make candles and do things like that, that ain't free. I have to buy those materials. And when I sit and spend hours in research and watching videos and then sit here making videos and doing live streams and all that, if I'm spending 40 to 50 hours a week working for a soul tribe, why shouldn't I be compensated for the services I provide? Or anybody else for that matter? It's not wrong. I just feel like it should be reasonable so it is accessible to somebody. And I don't agree with some of these folks that get like, um, when they get to that so-called guru status and they start like majorly charging up for depending on how, like a sliding scale for how much money people got. Like, who was it was talking about? I don't know if it was Dr. Sebi or somebody that was supposed to be doing something for Michael Jackson. Now, obviously, a major celebrity that chooses to see a healer, teacher, practitioner, or whatever may choose to compensate that person much more generously than what they asked for, but it should be a gift at that point. I'm not going, for example, Brittany is here. If I say an all in reading on my channel is $99, let's just say that, because and even at that, that's way cheaper than a lot of readers. But I'm gonna say, if I said an all-in reading is $99, then from as far as I'm concerned, an all-in reading should be $99, whether I'm doing it for Brittany, Idris Elba, the King of Prussia, or whomever. Now, if Idris and the King of Prussia choose to lace me out with a $5,000 tip or whatever, because that's what they feel is appropriate, God bless. But I'm not gonna charge them more for the gift because my rates are my rates. Exactly. And again, well, Paul Snowcloud, again, I understand that people, that's the crazy part. The church downs spiritual people from charging, and we were taught that because for some reason somebody got it in their head a long time ago that spiritual people are supposed to live in poverty in their little hermit mode. But again, like you say, there's still, even if you a hermit living in the cave, the rent is still due on the first of the month, so to speak. And it's interesting that the church sit around and teach the parishioners that they supposed to be broke, but meanwhile, every last one of these spiritual systems out here, wherever they worship at, look like a palace dripped in gold, and the priests and the imams and the rabbis and the pastors, the reverends and all the rest of them, they are decked out with their Rolexes, driving their Bentleys, flying their private jets. So, no, spiritual workers are supposed to be appropriately compensated, especially if they have left out of the corporate world and that is their sole source of income. Then, yes, they ain't supposed to be slaves just slaving away for humanity. They serve a collective, but it's appropriate for them to be compensated for that. You said, remember, the trust will never be silenced. Honestly, you truthfully about that, because there's gonna be haters. There's always gonna be haters. Again, they hated Yeshua and unalived him, but that doesn't mean that a true teacher or healer is supposed to stop what they doing because of a few haters. Haters are ignorant, miserable people that ain't got nothing better to do. All we really should pray for them for real, because they really are sad and pathetic people. And I mean sad and pathetic people all the way around. If you go into their lives, you will find a whole lot of pain, trauma, ignorance, and nothingness. They have a sense of unworthiness, because if they felt worthy, they would not feel the need to belittle other people just for their own personal entertainment. They are sad, pathetic little people. Hey, Weston, welcome. Welcome, welcome. And if you behave Brooklyn Zoo, with you ain't cute or funny. If you can stay, if you can close your lips and behave, other than that, you can be removed permanently. We can remove you again and again. And again, how pathetic do you have to be to go create another profile and another one and another one and another one just to show up somewhere and be an irritant to people? Sad, pathetic little person. And I don't mean little in size, I mean little as in your beingness, your energy, just who you are. That is pathetic. Go somewhere and evolve. God. You said the pastor told you to start donating more. Old lady said she was on disability and couldn't. He told her she could cut one meal a day and give the church that. See, greedy bastards. That's crazy. That is crazy. Mm-mm-mm. He said the pastors are sinners like everyone else, and the church have first of the month rent, also where you think your money is going to. And I get that part, but the to the extent, first off, that whole idea of tithing, that's some Yahweh mess, Marie. The only reason the nation of Israel was commanded to tithe was because Yahweh's house, their temple was Yahweh's house. And Yahweh wasn't going to work to provide nothing. So basically, what they did was there were 12 tribes of Israel, and one of them was earmarked to serve Yahweh their entire lives. If you was born into the tribe of Levi, male or female, from your first breath you took to the last breath you took on this planet, you were conscripted to serve the temple of Yahweh. And because they couldn't work anywhere else, they had to serve Yahweh. Then the other 11 tribes had to give up 10% of everything that they owned to take care of the temple of Yahweh and the Levites who took care of the temple. That was the reason for tithing. We don't have that anymore. The preachers of today get up, go in, they whatever, because trust and believe. My uncles and my brother-in-laws and my daddy and all that was elders in the Jehovah Witness congregation. They prepare their little sermons and do whatever they're gonna do on the weekend. My brother-in-law be sitting there with his little iPad doing his little research on the weekend so he can do his Sunday talk or his Thursday talk or whatever. He might put a couple hours into it, but they can work a full-time job. There's no reason why the church should be paying a pastor the kind of money that they pay him, or none of the clergy. But they pay the clergy because in this day and time they couldn't get nobody to agree to do it if they didn't pay them. Jehovah's Witnesses and probably the Mormons and the Seventh-day Adventists are some of the very few that don't pay the majority of their clergy. And even then, I think the head dudes get kind of a stipend or whatever. But the vast majority of these big churches pay these pastors like a job, even though they're not doing a full time job. They get paid for a full time job. But there's no biblical reason why anybody should still be tithing. That's why the churches get so rich, because they keep demanding the tithe, even though the people ain't even in the church full time. If you want to be considered a member in good standing, you're gonna have to bring in that tithe. And it's not, because it's not still a scriptural basis for it. It's funny though. Paul went and told the Christians that they don't have to do the Passover no more. They don't have to keep the Sabbath no more, but they still have to tithe. I found that interesting. Hey, Swims, and thank you so much for the compliment. I appreciate you. You say you're contemplating breaking your fast tonight. You're feeling your backbone. I hear you. So you need to pray. Those haters got your adrenaline up. Yeah. I have been doing oh man, but I'm actually starting mine tonight so that I'll be good and fasted by tomorrow for the stuff that I'm doing, and then I'm gonna just continue on after the full moon. Hey, Concrete Rose, or did you say something slick too and get gone? I'm bad. Happy people, he was on something. Oh well. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I can. That's craziness with that stuff that they you was talking about in that church. I haven't been in a minute. Yeah. Now I can honestly say when I went to Liberty, because when I left the Witnesses, I kind of roamed around for a while, but then I went to Liberty Baptist in Hampton, Virginia, and I honestly believe that that preacher was sincere, and he did do a lot of stuff within the community and all of that, but and I can even say he had a congregation overall. I think that congregation was either 5 or 6 thousand people. They did like had a couple different services and shifts and all that. And they had like Sunday school and programs and all. But he did a lot in the community. They would do like pantry boxes and all kinds of stuff. But I never ever set foot in that church. That the pastor and the first lady did not speak to me. I can honestly say that. So he was sincere, but like I said, there's just still no scriptural basis for them to continue to do that. That's how these mega churches got so rich like that. And again, Brittany, when I say the things that I do about religion, I in no ways, please, anybody within the sound of my voice, understand, I am not speaking about the parishioners at large. I know that the vast majority of people, even the lay preachers and stuff, they got a feeling in their heart because their grandmama and them drug them down to the church or whatever, and they decide to do that. But they haven't ever been to seminary. They don't know the things that I'm talking about. They don't. Now, some of the folks that's been to some of them formal seminaries, they do know. And those are the ones, the hierarchy of the church, those are the ones that I have an issue with because they do know better and they continue to perpetuate the lies. But the vast majority of people in these religions have no clue. They really don't. And they are, like I said, they're great people. They just, and that's also the reason why I keep speaking because like you said, we get the haters and all of that, but for all of the haters, there are genuinely interested people that don't know this stuff that may hear something that I'm saying and want to go check it out. And then they may have to come back and say, oh, shoot, she wasn't lying, you know, because I didn't make none of this stuff up. And I certainly didn't want to put myself in the position to be made fun of and talk crap to and talk crap about and all the rest of that stuff that these people come in here and do. I do this because I feel like I know how hurt and angry I was when I found out how I'd been bamboozled. And then I was righteously indignant when I considered the fact of how all of humanity is being bamboozled. It wouldn't be right for me to see these things and come to this understanding and not try to tell somebody about it. I can't assume that everybody knows who Paul Wallace is and is going to listen to what he got to say, or who Billy Carson is, or who Mauro Bellino, or who any of those other channels and authors and documentaries and things that I'm led to. I can't assume that anybody knows who they are because, as large as their platforms are, I don't think none of the people that I named got more than 2 million people on their platforms, and it's 8 billion people on this planet. So there do need to be more mouths and more voices out there saying these things. Let me see. You wish there were more places for minors to go when their extremist parents are shunning them? Yeah, that would be nice. Because Lord knows I was not ready to be tossed out in the world when my family shunned me. And it sent me on a very painful trajectory in life for real. But you know, it is what it is. I figure that's part of the gig too. Said the pastors went to the European school. That's where they learned the word. Some of them, if they're fortunate enough, if they are preaching under one of the major colleges, like the organizations, if they get like with the Baptist organization or the this or that, they may get an opportunity to go to seminary. But in America, you look at how many churches we got. Some of these churches got people, they pop up a church on every corner. There's just as many churches as there is McDonald's in this country. The vast majority of churches are started by lay people. They're not necessarily tied in with um, what they call it, a Congress, like the Baptist, whatever their big association is. They may eventually apply to join those bigger organizations. But it's like 45,000 denominations of Christianity in the United States alone. All of those are not tied in with major organizations. They just decide, like I say, somebody had a feeling in their heart and go and get a building somewhere and apply for tax exemption as an organization and gets, like I say, if they can get 5 or 6 people to meet in there, and then there's some more join and some more join, and then they're off to the races. You said, am I going to read today? You apologize. Oh, it's good. Yeah, CC, I'm going to, it'll be on Anunnaki Oracle Priestess tonight. I think I don't know if 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock p.m. would be a better time to start. Probably around 8. That'll give us at least 3 hours before the really crazy trolls start coming in. But yeah, I'm going to do tarot on the other channel. And I'm trying to figure out if this was a good way to do it, because I figured if I do tarot on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings, and then do the evening talks on Sunday, Tuesday, and Thursday evenings, and then flip that schedule on Saturdays so that I'm doing the spiritual, like our spiritual hangouts in the mornings, and doing tarot as a late night evening session, that maybe that would be cool. But y'all let me know how it works, because again, it's y'all's channel. We'll see. See, Brittany, there you go. And that's what I was saying. I was guilty at one point of being one of them people that thought everybody know what I know. And why I would ever think, you know why you think that though? Imposter syndrome. Like I said, people have been telling you basically you ain't shit your whole life. So you don't really think that what you know is all that great or all that big of a deal or whatever. You take it for granted that you don't, the information you got ain't special because you ain't special. So I had to realize that I had been, like I said, once I kind of went down the spiritual rabbit hole, that my guides were leading me on a very particular trajectory, and that the information that I was being led to wasn't just everyday run of the mill stuff that everybody knows. The channel, my algorithm in YouTube looks dramatically different than most people. I did learn that when before I kind of separated completely from most of my friends and family, like I say, spending a weekend over at my son's grandmother's house or over with my daughter and her girl. Now, my daughter's algorithm is still pretty cool, but they be on stuff like deer meat for dinner and all of that kind of stuff. But yeah, my algorithm is way different. When I started recommending or asking my mentor whether he had seen this, that, or the other, and I wound up like sending my mentor information, then I really came to understand that my algorithm is set up different. Again, you talking about why do you get paid agent to push a false narrative from Billy Carson? Because that's where you at in your thinking. He's not a paid agent to push a false narrative. What he is a person who is looking at the agenda from a non-spiritual aspect. He's into what the Egyptians have done here, and he's got part of the story as far as the paleo contact from the Anunnaki perspective. So to a degree, the reason you saying you think he's pushing a false narrative is because he hasn't made the biblical connection yet. Because I talk about the same stuff he talks about, but the difference is when I was first led to it in meditation, Yeshua brought me back through the scriptures. And again, it's probably just because I'm uniquely suited to see that angle based on the way I was raised and the religious programming I came through. Because what I started hearing first was he was delivered up to the Romans. They delivered him up to the Romans. And I had to go and look back and read the gospel accounts again to get that, because it was like, all these years, it never dawned on me. Who the hell is they? He said they delivered him up to the Romans. Who are they? And who are the Romans that they delivered him up to? The same Romans that wound up authoring Christianity. That part. And that's what helped me make the correlation there. And as I stayed in meditation and connection with Yeshua, eventually I was led to the lost book of Enki and Sitchin's work, And once I started understanding the mistranslations of the various versions of the Bible, I started going back through and reading the scriptures, and the light bulb just came on for me. But I don't believe he's a paid agent to push a false narrative. Billy is neurodivergent, so he sounds very kind of aggressive when he talks and all that. He's got a bit of righteous indignation too, but he's just approaching it from a different angle. That's all. I didn't hear about no pyramid in Louisiana coming up out the water. Let me write that down so I can go look it up. Whoa. We got pyramids all over this country, but I didn't heard about that. I'm trying to tell you, y'all, I really think that something serious, we're going to stay on top of it and we're going to see what's going on. And again, as I get deeper into the fast and the meditations, and we're going to be doing some manifesting and all the rest of it, I really believe the end of October, when that comet comes close to Earth, I think it's going to be something big pop off on this planet for real. Yeah, Marie, you could be right with this pyramid thing. I wrote it down so I can go look it up later for sure. He said church and state is the same now. Exactly, they weren't supposed to be, but they are. And honestly, that's the part that ever got me. Because why in the world, if it's supposed to be you receive freely, give freely, this, that, and the third, why is it that the Catholic Church is the wealthiest organization on the planet? Period. Period. Of every organization anywhere in this entire planet, why would a church be the wealthiest organization on the planet? If you supposedly, if you give freely, give, if you receive freely, give freely. Oh yeah, for sure. Brittany, I believe too by 2030, we're in 2025 now. And like I said, even the stuff that I saw earlier, the latest date that I saw for major, like I said, in your face change that nobody could deny was 2036, was the latest figure that I had seen. So I firmly believe that, and that's honestly, if you think about it, 1844 to 1944 was 100 years. Now we go up to, let's see, 50, 75, 80. So that's 180 years so far on the other side of Yeshua's return. But they thought, some schools of thought placed the beginning of the age of Aquarius as far back as 1953. I I don't think it was that far back, but even if we work with that number, if it was 1953, let's see, 55, 45, 47, 67, 71. Yeah, it would be, that would be like midway through the shift, or into the age of Aquarius. If the age of Aquarius started in 1953, by the time we get to 2030, we'll be at like 75 to 80 years into the shift. It's time. It's time. That's why I don't know why these people keep reading their Bibles and thinking that that's far off, because religion done lulled people asleep to make it think it's a far off concept. Or some folks, because there's so much symbolism in Revelation, they want to think it's entirely imaginary altogether. I don't think it's entirely imaginary. I really believe it's a misunderstanding of some of those ancient texts when they were talking about what's going to happen in the Anunnaki wars. Hey, Aylet, how are you? Welcome. Hey, Cece, welcome. And yeah, different people do have to speak on it from different points of view, because, like somebody, one of the trolls mentioned earlier, we don't really have concrete proof. Nobody that was here speaking on it now was there back then. They didn't have television and digital drives that we can just pop into a computer and see what happened. We're listening to stories that came up off of tablets that, like I say, if they've been copied several times, they are subject to deliberate, unintentional, and deliberate translation mistakes over time. So we don't have irrefutable proof of any of this stuff. That's why I don't understand why the religionists are so hardcore, because they don't have no proof either. But there's a preponderance of the evidence that's been coming up out the ground for the last 200 years that says the folks that's talking now, the so-called new age and the paleo contact people are on to something. All of those spaceships and things that they see in the sky suggest that we're on to something. All of the stories from people around the world that is talking about being abducted and seeing craft and seeing beings are kind of sort of on to something. All of that is not doctored footage. And that's the crazy part. People are so jaded and so stuck in their ignorance. Even when they see video evidence, they'll turn around and say, oh, it's Photoshopped. So what are you going to do? It's quite honestly going to take somebody. We're going to have to literally sit here with 5 or 6 different news outlets filming simultaneously and putting it on live TV to watch the ship land and the gangplank come down and see them walk up out of there before half of these brainwashed people on this planet will believe it. I'm just not silly enough to be one of those. I've been believing it. I understand. Dang, I ain't even see what he said, but I'm kind of glad I didn't. You said on the Atlantic Ocean by Bermuda? Well, Bermuda been doing weird stuff for so long. I know we're going to find out something different. Hey, Michael Stevens, I'm doing good. How are you? Exactly. We are ascending. Our consciousness is expanding. More and more people are waking up. And again, you get these little hardcore cave people that come in here and don't want to hear none of this stuff. But the rest of us do understand that there's really something to this stuff, whether we got every little teeny tiny micro detail perfect or not. There's really some stuff happening. And the really crazy part, if these people will get their heads out of their butts and start looking at some of these scientific journals and things, our physical apparatus are even ascending. We are evolving on the fly. They're seeing measurable changes from one generation to the next. I'm only 57 years old, and within my lifetime, they've got key changes. When I was a kid, kidneys were low on the back, damn near on the top of the hip bones. Now they've migrated up under the bottom of the rib cage within 2 generations. So they need to understand. I think those dreams, Marie Willis, may be glimpses into the future or something that your guides are trying to show you or tell you, or they could be residual memories from previous lifetimes. Who knows? Exactly, Brittany. They tell autistic people do not understand what autism is. And again, I'm no scientific expert, so don't come after me. I can only go by what I've heard and what I've seen other people say in incorporation or cooperation with what I've seen and heard in meditation. But autistic children are autistic regardless. Now I get it. Diets, the chemicals and things that we are exposed to here, and the vaccines and all that stuff make their symptoms worse. It kind of shuts them off as far as communication, but they would have been autistic. They're born autistic regardless. They, in my opinion, are the next wave of children. They came here 4D, 5D ready and beyond. Like I said, the kids that I had came here internet ready. Those children are literally already tapped into 5D before they get here. And as such, they don't mesh with our world because they're not intended to. They bring a whole different energy signature with them. They're extremely intelligent, even the ones that are nonverbal. Truthfully, I think the less verbal they are, people are going to start finding out the less verbal they are, the more intelligent they are. Even if you don't understand what's going on in their heads, they are here for a reason. They are literally like starseed emissaries, beautiful people. But these people don't understand. But I firmly believe they have a very high level of telepathy. I don't see how they couldn't. Like I say, I'm telepathic to a degree, and I've even experimented with that a little bit. If there's anybody, if I'm dealing with somebody that has any telepathic tendencies whatsoever, especially if we stay in communication with each other long enough, we'll tap into each other. That dude that I was telling you about, I had to cut out of my life. I still hear him knocking on the edges of my periphery sometimes. And we weren't sleeping together or anything, haven't been for over a decade, but we were still telepathically linked because we were friends. I got a friend of mine that I say an associate at this point. We ain't even friends that much. I hadn't heard from him in years. And I think it was around 2021, 22, something like that. He contacted me because he just so happened to be in Miami. Oh, I don't know. You didn't have to kick Paul out, Weston. Paul is cool. He can stay. If you're able to undo it, you can undo it. Maybe you tapped it by accident. I'm not sure. But this friend of mine, I hadn't heard from him in years. We would like send each other stuff in Messenger occasionally, but he was doing some kind of a conference or something in Miami, and he knew at the time that I was in Florida, so he looked me up and reached out and all of that, and we got to talking, and it had been several years, and this was like when the whole telepathy, my telepathy and clairaudience and all that was just starting to kick in, and I wanted to test it. So even though I hadn't talked to this man in probably 5 or 6 years on the phone, we were chit-chatting that day, and I got off the phone and I said, when I get off the phone, I'm going to send you 3 2-word phrases in my head. And I want you to see if you can pick up on them. And I did. I sat there for about 5 or 10 minutes and pushed some thought his way. And of the 6 words I sent to him, he got 3 of them. And I hadn't talked to that man in almost 5 years. So I know telepathy can be a real thing. Oh, it's okay. Hopefully he'll come back. Sorry, Paul. I think you can still hear when they out there. I've accidentally timed people out too, so yeah. Under Indigo children, yeah. And that was the thing. I didn't know. I was looking for some help or trying to figure out if my daughter was an indigo child years ago. And I wasn't sure whether she was an indigo, rainbow, whatever. She just an angry kid. She is something special, but I don't even know what her gifts are because she won't allow herself to cultivate them. Um, but I did, the more I was trying to find out info for her, I came to realize, I'm like, wait a minute, I think maybe not a rainbow, but I'm some kind of a star seed. I don't know what I am because I'm early on. Like I said, I was in like the second wave of star seeds. So indigos are a type of star seed. There is really no different. They started naming the different children different things like that because they have different capabilities as they seem to be coming in. Because they got like the indigo children, the crystal children, the rainbow children. Honestly, I don't know what all the differences are because when I realized, like I said, my youngest child is some kind of a little starseed kid, but she's also very resistant. So I didn't really dig around into it, and she didn't display a whole lot of like specific gifts other than the fact that, like I say, she's been in contact. She's been on craft, and she don't want to talk about it. She just wants to be a regular person now. She refuses to talk about it to this day, and she's 25 now. But when she was about 13, 12, 13, 14, no, she wasn't 14 yet. She was either 12 or 13. She had a couple of encounters with extraterrestrial beings, and she has been aboard craft. And she don't, like I said, she absolutely doesn't want to talk about it. Hey, Cece, good to have you back. But the star seeds period were those who were basically coming in to assist with this shift into the age of Aquarius. They started coming into the planet in the mid to late 50s. The first wave did. The second wave came in the early 60s, through the 60s basically. And then the third wave came in like 70s to the early 80s. The fourth wave, the deltas, came in the 80s to 90s. And then, like you said, they started labeling the children as indigos, starseed indigos, and all of that other stuff. I think the first wave, I honestly believe the first wave of starseeds, their main thing, the main reason that they were here was the early, some of them shifted, not a lot of them did, but they were begin to shift. It was beginning to change our DNA then. I really think, because even with the second wave, I really believe our main purpose for being here was to hold down the energy of the Christ consciousness grid, number one, or to support the energy of the Christ consciousness grid. And I believe that, especially for females that were born in that generation, I believe that was when our DNA started unlocking that junk DNA that they call it, that dormant DNA, I think began to be activated so that we could give birth to these other generations of star seeds. I don't think there was a whole lot. Like I said, some of us would awaken, a few of us, but not that many. But it was for the purpose of giving birth to that next wave. It was the beginning of the unlocking of that DNA that's gonna ride us through this transition. Oh, it's okay, Cece. That's all right. I'm just glad to have you back for sure. Yeah. So, and again, that's just some of the little insights that I get in a combination between what I've been seeing in meditation and seeing online and all the rest of that. But when I noticed, excuse me, when I started having kids and my daughter was down here operating DVD players and stereos and all that stuff when she was like 18 months old, never tore up a DVD, never, none of that. I'm starting to take electronics apart and redo them and all this other kind of stuff. And I'm like, okay, this kid ain't regular. She really ain't. And she said her first words at like 9 months. She was talking before she would let me see her walk. I did, and I say let me see her. She was walking way earlier than she didn't walk till late. She walked at 14 months, but she had been walking for a month or two before I saw her. So she walked right at about a year. But she was talking. Her first words came around right at 9 months. And then by the time she was 12 months old, she had a pretty decent little vocabulary. And by the time she was 18 months old, she had the vocabulary of the average 4 or 5 year old and was using words like expeditiously in correct context. It would floor people when they would see us go out because I never taught baby talk to them anyway. But I also understood they ain't regular. You know what I'm saying? That was back in the day, 35 years ago. Kids were still loose necked at 6 weeks old. Now they're a week old and they holding their head up. Shoot, some of them a few hours old, holding their head up, looking around, all of that good stuff. Yeah, these kids is different. And anybody say they ain't been around no new babies. These babies is different. But that's part of the unlocking of our DNA. It's a beautiful thing to witness for real. You said your oldest walked at 7.5 months, then your 10-year-old and 4-year-old walked at 8 months. Yeah, see? And that's what I'm saying. And yours now are 10, 4, and 8. And I started noticing it because the ones I'm saying, when I say my children, my oldest child right now is 34 years old. So when she was born and she started doing some of the stuff she was doing, babies wasn't doing that then. They really, really wasn't. It was like they really, really wasn't. So I was like, okay, they ain't regular. Even my twin boys, they were potty trained by like 11 months. Now the oldest one reverted because he was lazy and he was a little bit, It's always one. But that's what I'm saying. They were walking and talking, very consistent, the whole nine. Yeah. You said, how do you know if you have gifts? Ask for 'em. There's no cut dry answer for that, Raymond. I don't want to be funny. Truthfully, all of us have gifts to a degree. Now, to what degree they're open to you depends on where you are in your spiritual journey, what you're willing to do to keep your vessel ready to receive those gifts, and how much you'll lean into them and practice it. You know, um, yeah. I got two girls and then twin boys. My oldest girl is 34. My twins are 30 this year, and then my baby girl is 25. And ain't none of them regular, but you know. Yeah. But as far as your gifts, Raymond, I would recommend to you, first off, if you don't have a consistent meditation practice, definitely meditate. Lots of water. Start clearing out a lot of the extra stuff if you're using substances, and particularly alcohol and tobacco. Get off of them. Sugar as well. And again, I'm guilty of that. I'm still trying to wean off of sugar. So that's not a hardcore given, but these are things that will help clear your lens so that you have a better chance of opening some of those gifts. But yeah, again, I can't tell you to do long fasting, but I would recommend looking into fasting, and whatever your guides let you know, then you fast as appropriate to that. But once you start meditating and ask for your gift, you can even do, there's guided meditations right here on YouTube that are designed to help you unlock your spiritual gifts. But in prayer and meditation, ask for your gifts to be open to you. Ask for you to be introduced to your spirit guides, and then listen. Prayer is when we talk to God. Meditation is when God talks to us. Meditate and listen to what you hear, and you may be led to help open up those gifts. And when you see one opening, practice it. If you feel like clairaudience is coming on board for you, meditate, listen. Like I said, you tune in. Make sure you tune in every day, because that's where it comes from. It's a clairaudient message or a clairvoyant message coming through. If telepathy starts unlocking for you, find someone that you trust that is spiritually focused like you, and practice telepathy every day with them, having conversations with them. And then you can kind of sort of compare notes or whatever to see where y'all are going with that. But yeah, they do. That's why I say everyone does have some gift or other. You got to get to a point of your awakening that you can allow them to come in. Yeah. Truthfully, they should call them spiritual skills, because they're not truly gifts. Like you say, we all got them to some degree or another. We may not all have all the same ones, but we all have some of those quote unquote gifts. They should be more accurately termed skills, not gifts. But yeah. Oh wow. You got videos of them like an actual baby walking around. That's crazy. It is, like I say, it's a lot. Yeah. And I think that's the thing that, Brittany, with my kids, that always freak people out, because as heavy as I am, none of my children were ever fat at all, at all. In fact, I would always wind up having to have an argument with the nutritionist, and I think part of that was because of course, I fed my children, but one, I was just starting to understand how we're being poisoned in America and all those things, and I was in and out of whatever, but I didn't feed them a lot of junk food initially. I cooked for my children. Instead of giving them prepared baby foods, I made food for them. I weaned them off of formula as quickly as I could. I didn't give them bottle after bottle after bottle so they'd be formula fat. I went with the old school folks and bulked up their formula with bananas and rice cereal and stuff, so one bottle would actually hold them. I didn't want formula fat babies. And then once they started eating food, I wasn't giving them mac and cheese and chicken nuggets and stuff. I was sitting down and making real food for them. So all of my children, all four of them, by the time they hit their first birthday, they were like 16, 17 pounds. They were not 30 and 40 pounds like the nutritionists say they're supposed to be, but they were super healthy, even though they were slim built kids. I wasn't, no, 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 bro. 100. My apologies. I was not trying to intimate that it was an indicator of intellect. I'm saying I know that my children weren't regular, and they still not necessarily an indication of intelligence or intellect, but that development, the motor skill development, in my opinion, is an indicator of the unlocking of that DNA. I'm just saying this generation of children is different than the ones that we saw generations ago. Now, do some of them still do idiotic things? Absolutely. And all the babies that are born in this day and time ain't rolling over at 2 days old and lifting their heads up and walking and talking at 6 months and all of that. But we're seeing more and more of them that are. And to me, that is an indicator of real time evolution happening, because it's not just a one off scenario. We're seeing lots of children that's happening to. And that may not be a sign of their intellect, but it is a sign of their evolutionary development, in my opinion. um, Swims, I cover my hair for both reasons. I mean, I was just led to dress a little bit differently, which I like caftans and salwar kameez and things like that. I also cover my hair for somewhat for spiritual reasons, just because I am a very, very sensitive empath. I am an INFJ, I'm a Hoyoka, and I like to protect my hair. That's one of the reasons. I also cover my third eye for the same reason. I like the look, but I also do it for somewhat for spiritual reasons. Even though I'm not a religious person, I am spiritual. How do I feel about the voodoo religion? I don't feel no differently about it than I do Christianity, Judaism, or Islam, but I won't mess with it either, because I know it's been adulterated and it's not being used for the right things. I don't mess with Ifa, Yoruba religions, Voodoo, Santeria, none of them, because they ultimately Voodoo, Santeria, and all of them basically tie back into Yahwism to a degree. So this Luciferianism and Satanism, I won't mess with none of those for that reason. Anything affiliated with Yahweh, I don't want no parts of. So yeah. You were accused of a crime you didn't commit. Oh, he apologized. He didn't mean to. Sorry, Paul. I'm glad you came back though, brother, for real. Sorry about that. Yeah, and again, back to what you were saying, bro. 100. They do things at different times. Like I said, my oldest, she was talking by 9 or 10 months, but she didn't allow me to see her walk till 14 months. Go figure. And my youngest child, she didn't talk for so long till honestly the doctor was looking at her. We were watching her to see if she may have some mild CP going on, because she was doing some drooling and whatnot, and she didn't. She walked, but she didn't talk till she was almost 2. She doesn't have CP, but we were watching her for that, because there was that like I said, that's something her daddy did too. So I don't know. And same, well, I didn't homeschool my kids, but I just let them do their thing. I wasn't trying to push for whatever they would do or wouldn't do. Obviously, if they had shown remarkable whatever, when I say that they're gifted, I'm talking about spiritual gifts. I ain't even talking about the man-made intellect thing. And I really didn't want to do that, because I was one of those kids back in the day when they really ain't had no business giving us IQ tests and stuff. I was one of those children that was being tested that way. Now, fortunately, the school district that I lived in was in the country in a small southern town, so they wasn't pulling us out of school to take us off to government labs and do stuff, but they did a whole lot of tracking and testing and stuff that I'm not entirely sure my mama knew what was going on, is why they were doing all that. And in my opinion, I believe because they knew, the psychologists that developed the IQ test said that that was not an accurate thing that they should be doing. And initially, some folks like to say that they did that because they were trying to exclude black children by IQ test, and then it failed miserably because they were identifying so many really intelligent black kids. But truthfully, I don't believe that's what they was using it for. I think that they was using the IQ test trying to identify starseed children. We act like this is all brand new to us, and the Bible thumpers get in here and talk like we crazy, like we don't know what we talking about and all that stuff. I promise you, the government has known about this stuff for over 100 years. That's why they work on every turn to try to stop the mass awakening. Why do you think we got fluoride in our water in America? They don't do it nowhere else. Everybody else around the planet, teeth ain't falling out, and they don't have fluoride in their water. One, it was a huge thing. Truthfully, the story behind fluoridated water is kind of crazy because it was a way for them to dump industrial waste product without having to pay to put it in the landfills. That's number one. But when they found out that one of the side effects of fluoride was to keep people calm and docile and all that, and that it would calcify the pineal gland, they had to put it in our drinking water. They went on a nationwide platform to fluoridate our water to keep our pineal glands calcified because they knew that the massive awakening was coming. Yeah. And the stars, absolutely, the CIA know about the star seeds. The CIA know about the timeline shifts. In 2020, when I was at my daughter's house and I turned on the television and I heard it say paradigm shift repeatedly off the news platforms and the commercials and all that, I already knew we were in the middle of a major timeline shift, but they were finally acknowledging it openly. And then they started with that whole gender confusion thing. And I knew for real we wasn't in Kansas no more. Because here's the thing, y'all may not understand it, but I come from a timeline where up until that stuff started rolling out in 2020, up until then, it had been federally illegal for anyone under the age of 18, I believe, maybe 21, but for sure 18. It was illegal for anyone under the age of 18 or 21 to have a gender reassignment surgery. And even then, in order to have it, except in the case of true and complete hermaphroditism, and even then, as a child, because again, my mother was a nurse, so I was one of the freak kids that was reading Journal of Nursing and MD and uh, actually reading through the the physician's desk reference that she would get every year and all that stuff. And during that time period, if there was true hermaphroditism when I was young, they were doing a reassignment surgery. But by the time I got to around 10, 11 years old, they had understood that psychologically they needed to observe those children for several years first and see which way they presented and allow them to make a choice as they got older. So they even stopped doing reassignment surgery in the case of true hermaphroditism. And then it was illegal, like I said, for anybody under the age of 18 to have it done. And in order to have reassignment surgery done back then, under that timeline, they had to go through a full year of counseling, and then an additional year of cross dressing in their assigned role before they would start the year worth of hormone therapy that they had to do in order to have the surgery. So it was a 3-year process before they could even consider reassignment surgery on the timeline I came from before 2020. Does gold help with the third eye? Yeah, it does. Blue Lotus can also help. Go to cola can help. That's another herb that can possibly help with it. The Anunnaki they had a formula called Ormus, and I think it was a combination of lotus, gold, colloidal silver, and something else. You have to look it up. But yeah, I take liquid gold and I make silver as well, and the blue lotus, all of that good stuff. I ain't gonna say I do it as consistently as I should, but I have in the past. Main thing I did for myself that helped though was about over a decade ago. I stopped using fluoride toothpaste and stop drinking municipal water, drink filtered water. And again, I ain't saying you got to do only bottled water because that's a scam too, but you at least need to filter your water. Yeah, it does. Paul Snowcloud, fluoride does rot the teeth. It really does. I got my mouth as raggedy as a bowl of sauerkraut. I'm just grateful that my open facing teeth, my smile is as good as it is. But yeah, due to between jacked up dentistry, sugar addiction, and fluoride, yeah, my teeth have paid the price. I understand that they are crystals. And so I'm not choosing to go the route of allowing somebody to pull the red. Well, for right now, I don't even have insurance anyway. But even once my money is all the way right, I thought about like getting the implants like everybody do. They go and knock out all their teeth and get them 4x4s and stuff. I'm gonna hold on to as many of my teeth as long as I can, and it's gonna cost a grip to get them all repaired as best I can. But they are crystals, so I do want to hold on to them. You said you heard a tip the other day about opening the third eye. Close your eyes. Imagine going up in an elevator, looking to the forehead. That will pull you into a meditative state for sure. When you get ready, if you're wanting to go and meditate and go inward early, I don't know about the yeah, they were like you basically want to look. It's literally like instead of looking straight ahead, you would close your eyes and imagine yourself looking towards the third eye. And by continuing to do that, it'll throw you into like a false sense of rapid eye movement, which will help pull you into theta sooner rather than later. You said you had a guy earlier who kept coming back with different accounts. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you can't hold them up for too long because it hurts. My bad. I should have stipulated that. Hold on, y'all. Dang, I forgot. I done lost my other mag charger, so I'm gonna have to take this mic off and just plug into the charger part of it. Uh oh. I'm gonna drop the magnet, y'all. Let me put this over here. All right. Yeah, the toothpaste, the deodorant. You said he has. Oh yeah, you were the one that said you had 6 wisdom teeth. That's crazy. Yeah, I had to have mine surgically removed, but yeah. Um, yeah, the aluminum deodorants and stuff like that, we really shouldn't be using them. And y'all, I know that them little funky soap rocks don't work. So anybody that's struggling with that, I'm gonna tell you right now, lemon juice. Go get you one of them. And again, you can use a big bottle if you want to keep it chilled, just so it can be nice and ooh in the refrigerator. But you can, even if you don't want to refrigerate it, get you one of them little lemon juice squeezy things. When you come out of the shower, put a little in your hand, put it in there, let it dry. Do it again, let it dry. You'll be good all day. I promise you, you'll be good. Because lemon juice actually slows down the bacteria that causes that. You will still sweat. I don't know what to tell you about that. Get some of those little circle things that you can put in your clothes if you don't want to actually, because sweat is actually healthy. Deodorant is horribly unhealthy for us because it clogs those um, ducts that truthfully can lead to, I mean, that's how our bodies detox. So we're supposed to sweat under the pits, but lemon juice will keep them from smelling. Ooh, extra vertebrae too. Yeah, you did have an anomaly for real. Oh, you and Weston, y'all on some of that. Y'all Anunnaki is showing. Well, that too, bro. 100. I honestly feel like that. A lot of that stuff, even the proliferation of sugar, a lot of the things that we have on, especially in the industrialized world, was to keep us from awakening and ascending. Think about it. What the so-called barons did by creating this whole industrial revolution thing, a few of them got together, and we ain't gonna talk about how they got their initial money, but they had enough money that they was richer than everybody else. And so they in their great benevolence gonna start all of these industries and stuff. But how do you think it is that a country that was only 100 and basically 168 years old at that time, because we're 248 now, so at the time it was literally like 148 years old. How did a country that's 150 years old become a world power damn near overnight? They set themselves up to be the munitions providers, and then they set themselves up with all these industries. They created the ghettos and the like I said, city industry. Rockefeller created the school system not because he was so loving for our children. They were creating factory workers. So the school system that we have was designed to make people get them to the point that they could read schematics and rules and things like that. And they gave them jobs in the factories, put them, all these immigrants, in these ghettos in the cities around the factories so that they could go and make all of this stuff. And then they came along with the media proposition. They went from telegraphs and newspapers. Well, newspaper was the first mass thing, and then they came on with radio. And once radio and television came along, they hired all of these people to work in the factories to make their junk, then to sit on the radio and the television and tell people they ain't shit if they don't go buy your junk, and psychologically set them up to do that. And then, of course, they're paying them money so they can turn around and work in the factory to make the money to pay the rents in the ghetto, and with a little bit they had left over to make themselves happy, they can go and buy some of the cheap plastic shiny crap that they made in their factories or somebody else's factories, and one hand washed the other until they created the Industrial Revolution. And thanks to the government allowing all the patents for all the chemicals and stuff that they burst onto the planet with. Oh, and then there was that little war thing that they did, the shot that was heard around the world. How did that shot get heard around the world unless they wanted it to be heard around the world? To create a war, to create a need for all of that stuff that they just sat there and stockpiled. And then once that got over and done with, they started with the commercialization in the country. When they didn't need it for the war effort anymore, they turned around and psychologically started on the attack with the people. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day, says Kellogg, who had a whole bunch of cereal to sell after the war was over. Milk, it does a body good, said the dairy farmers, that they got a whole bunch of stuff they want to sell you, milk and cheese. Beef is what's for dinner, said all the dairy farmers that got together and decided. And all of those major industries were operating off of government subsidies to do that. And then they started, income tax was started in what, like 19, I think 26, something like the 19 something. They started taxing people so that they could get more money to put more stuff in, and more and more and more. People just allowed that stuff to happen. The IRS ain't even a governmental agency, but it was allowed to come in and do that stuff with full cooperation from the government. And then they, like I said, the fluoridation of the water, all of that stuff, and that whole sugar thing is, yeah. I firmly believe a lot of that was to keep people. I mean, yeah, it made a handful of people filthy, stinking rich, but it also dumbed down the population, got us numb and dumb with two of the most powerful drugs. They took alcohol into prohibition, but they kept sugar going, and sugar is by far more addictive than alcohol, cocaine, or heroin, to be honest with you. They've proven it in the laboratories. So they started us on the sugar platform and program once it was no longer scarce because of the war. Yeah, Enki is showing you. Well, okay, the Rockefeller Foundation was in 1913, but when did the war happen? 1914? And the Depression? 1928? I think income taxes started in 26. That part, all of that. It's all in the same timeline again. They got to get the stuff set up to go do it, and then they went and did it. This thing keep glitching out. I know somebody watching us. Weston Campbell is basically 7 food conglomerates and control just about all, for sure, all of the food that comes into America. But most of the food that travels around the world is owned by 7 different corporations. Okay, Unique, welcome in, baby. I didn't even see you, but yeah, I'll be on later on tonight. I'm gonna have to get off from here and charge up the phone. I think at 5 I'll drop it. That'll give me a couple hours of rest, so yeah. Oh yeah, Weston, with the deforestation of the Amazon through Central and South America, they do the same thing. That's why especially when they decided that avocados was gonna be the greatest thing, vegetarians and vegans have no idea how insidious that stuff is. They talk about how, oh, it's so cruel to eat beef, it's so cruel to eat meat, it's so cruel to eat chicken. Now, truthfully, they could do something different. I ain't saying that they couldn't. But there's so much deforestation and stuff that's happening even to produce all them avocados and stuff. It's trendy. But I don't get overly worked up about even the land grab, what they talk about with the deforestation because of the beef crops. Because truthfully, yes, it does take a whole lot more farmland to get a beef cow to market. They could just be feeding those people the greens and or vegetation. They could plant vegetable crops on that same land. But here's the thing, there's no shortage of farmland nowhere on this planet, none. All the people on this planet could fit in the state of Texas comfortably. There's no reason for us to be crowded up in the cities. There's no reason for them to be lying to us, telling us that there's no available farmland. Didn't y'all hear on the news a couple years ago now where between Gates and Zuckerberg, I think they bought up over 1 million acres worth of farmland right here in the United States. 1 million acres. Or at least 500,000, I don't know. I think one of them bought like 270,000 acres and the other one bought 300, so I don't know. But it was a ridiculous amount of farmland that they bought between the two of them. And I couldn't figure out why they would do that until I started seeing all these food boxes come up. You got Factor and Farm Table and this, that, and the third, all the rest, so they can produce all of the GMO food that they want. They're going to claim it's organic, but it's still GMO because they still in bed with Monsanto and all the rest of them. And then they're starting to industrialize food even more. Pretty soon, we're going to have to order our food from them food companies. Watch. They're going to keep making grocery store food more and more expensive until you basically have to start ordering your food from places like that. And then Bezos, Zuckerberg, and Gates going to have that locked down too. Yeah, Brittany, we do kind of have to. It was something I saw yesterday, and I can't remember which. It was in the short reel somewhere, but the guy was saying that it was somebody over in the UK, I think that's a major AI company, and he, you know how they had these conversations asking people about what AI is going to do when they were talking about something, and he understands exactly how dangerous AI is and the very catastrophic result that they have all predicted is going to happen if they continue to use AI the way it's going and developing. And he don't care. He's making his money now. He don't care. That's why I tell people, use it as little as you possibly can. Nothing good. They done showed us on the movies at least a dozen different ways how the AI agenda ends horribly for humanity. It damn near wipes us out. They've shown us that in Hollywood movies at least a dozen times. And people still be running out there to use AI and talking about can they sign up for Neuralink and everything else. We are a generation of people that don't believe shit stink even though it's literally oozing up between our toes. You said you don't like to eat you don't eat before bed, then why do you get tired after eating? Why do other animals nap after eating? Yeah, our biology is very accurate. It knows what to do. Well, truthfully, I honestly think that they tell us not to eat after bed, Brittany, because the crap that they're feeding us will take us out even faster. The agenda is for us to hurry up and please leave here before we have to draw Social Security, but they do want us to stick around at least long enough to be almost eligible for Social Security, because that's our maximum usage window. We can work until we can retire, and then, like I said, if we ideally for them, we'd be gone within 6 months of retirement. But if you lay down on all of the sugar and alcohol and chemicals and the stuff that they give us, it'll burn our bodies out faster than they plan to. I think that's the main reason they tell us don't lay down on our food. Exactly. It is to feed the animals for feed, but I'm saying they don't have to deforest the stuff. That's the part that gets me. They do not have to deforest the Amazon. They do that because they're greedy. Because again, there's enough farmland here in the US, there's enough farmland in Russia, China, everywhere else, other than maybe tiny little islands someplace. But every continent on this planet, the United States is one of the smallest continents here. And if we got that much land, look at them on a map, on a real map, and look at how tiny the United States is next to everything else. And if we've got that much acreage here that every person on this planet could fit in the state of Texas by itself, there is no land shortage on this planet. That is a propagandistic lie that the governments are feeding us. That whole Agenda 21 nonsense is nonsense. Those are lies. They deliberately show us differently scaled maps. They try to make Africa look smaller than it is. You know when I found out how big Africa really is? When I worked for that South African tourist company. I was talking to a lady on the phone one day, and she said while she was there, she was looking at booking a tour in South Africa, but she wanted to go over into Zimbabwe as well. And she named whatever city she had, and I mean, people like, oh, like it's just driving over here, there, wherever. And because I think we did have an arrangement to make a tour, to send people on a tour on the Zambezi Queen. But whatever the city was that she named from, she was going to be in Cape Town for this safari, or just outside of Cape Town, and she wanted to go to someplace over in Zimbabwe, and I Googled what the distance was, and it was like almost 3,000 miles. And that, it looks like this much on an African map. When Africa is this big, the distance that I was measuring looked like it was down here at the bottom, this big, jumping from one country to the next. And I was like, damn, the scale is super off. They say you could put all the other continents on this planet inside of the African continent with room to spare. There's no land shortage on this planet. Right, but that's by choice. They have more, there's more land used to grow mammals to harvest instead of humans. But that's by choice. And again, they got, the government sequesters off all this land that they claim for themselves, but there's millions and millions and millions of acres that don't belong to any individual, that they've declared governmental lands, and every country has them. You said Deep Seek told you you'd be safe in its people's zoo when AI takes over. Oh God. Wildfires in California have been getting worse and worse without all the moisture coming from the Amazon. You've seen images of the degrading amount of rain that comes from there. Well, not to mention the fact that may be a factor, Weston, but part of what they also don't bother to tell anybody, because they try to make it be our fault with that whole uh, global warming thing. There's going to be less and less because we got a mini ice age coming, and humans didn't cause it, and humans ain't gonna prevent it. It's part of the water change program that happens on Gaia, and geologists know it's not the first time it's happened, it's not the last time it's happened. If you noticed in the past few years how our winters are getting harsher and dropping more snow as well, and the summers are getting crazier and get hotter and drier, and like I said, the fires, that's part of that whole scenario that's beginning to happen and will continue to happen. That's one of the reasons they're gonna have to find another way to heat and cool, because in this country, our electric lines and gas lines for most of this country are over 100 years old now, and they're no longer going to be sufficient to bear the load of what's going to be required to bring heat and electricity to people in those places as that weather starts changing and those winters start getting colder in more and more areas of the like I said, Canada is used to it being butt cold up there, but the United States is starting to see more of that too. The climate is changing because there's gonna be a mini ice age that happens as that water change happens. Oh yeah, like I said, the maps are a lie. Yeah. Okay, Paul, have a good one. See you later. Like I said, I'll be on later this evening if you're able to come back. Oh Lord. We probably better find something else to talk about too. Because those conversations, I mean, a lot of people do talk about it because it ain't no secret. It's been out there. But yeah, the government tends to not like those conversations because it lets us know that we see what they're doing. But again, my faith is not in any of those systems because I know they're not going to stop if they don't have to. And they showed when they was playing around with Looking Glass that they didn't have no intention of stopping. But I do, back to where we started at, I do believe that Enki and the crew, they're going to stop it. Or Yeshua the crew, however you want to say it. Again, that goes back to what they allowed to put out there in Revelation. I just look at it differently than religion does. But it does say Yeshua promised them in John that he'd be back. He didn't promise him he'd be back in the physical, but he did promise he would be back. And Revelation promises he'll be back. It says Michael and Yeshua and all of their friends come back here and kick butt. No, I don't need to do that. The last time I said something about Trump, I wound up in there with a situation with some fool that was in there that sent me a long, crazy letter in email and on the channel. I ain't even bothered to respond to it. I've removed the comment from the live stream, but I ain't even respond to the email because they're going to call themselves schooling me on all of that. Because truthfully, I don't particularly like or dislike either of, well, I ain't gonna, that's not true. I have an issue with Biden because of what I've known him to be his whole life. I did have a problem with that, and by that turn, the people who promoted him up there and convinced all of these people that that's what they were supposed to do, and all the ignorant folk that went and voted for him, that's why. But it's not. I typically don't have leanings one way or the other. Now that I understand what the Democratic Party is, I don't care for them, but neither can I say I'm a Republican because I just don't choose to get that knee deep in the politics because they all kind of corrupt and they all kind of sort of need to go. But that said, I'm not anti-Trump either. Like I said, I respect his gangster. I do. Kaleidoscopes, those are cool. Yeah. I'm not sure if you spelled it right either. And I'm a great speller, but I have no idea how to spell kaleidoscope, to be honest with you. But I did remember loving playing with them, though. Oh, welcome back, Niana. Awesome. Like I said, I love them, Cece. Are you just changing the subject? Honestly, I think kaleidoscope might have a K in it somewhere. I think it might start with a K. I can't remember. But either way, whether they were the cheap ones or the really nice glass ones, I always thought they were really cool. But my neurodivergent self would think that that's cool. Cece just mentioned kaleidoscopes, so she was asking about what do I think about them. She liked them since she was born. But it could be whatever you want to talk about. We could bring one. I said I was going. We were on like fluoridation and deforestation and beef farming and the industrial revolution and all of that good stuff. Thank you. I'm about to say that don't look quite right either, Weston, but you fixed it. I was like kaleidoscope, but yeah, kaleidoscope. There, okay, that do it looked right to me anyway. I just couldn't remember. You ever see a word or say a word until it sounds weird to you? Like I used to think, like whoever decided that foot was foot or table was table. If you think about it long enough or see it long enough, then it's like, yeah. I still ain't been able to see the moon. I'm talking about doing a moon ritual tomorrow. I hope I can even see the damn thing because it's been overcast every night. So I go out there and I'm looking at clouds. I'm hoping I can see it. I mean, the energy will still be there and it'll be the same whether I can see it or not. I'm just saying. I hear you with CC. Sometimes I just look at words, period, and it be like, wait a minute, I know I'm supposed to remember this. It'll be all right, though. We knew what you was talking about, so it's all good. I didn't know that kaleidoscope has a Greek origin, no, Weston. You're a veritable font of useful information. That's just lovely. Okay, you like to play with words. My brother-in-law was a little bit of a wordsmith too. Enlil is your biggest op. Enlil is everybody's biggest op, bro. 100. Everybody's biggest op. I love that y'all are here, though. I definitely love that. I say now, too bad Antoine ain't pop in. It'd be complete then, huh? You tried to cut it with your syllables. I thought it was octopi. I was about to say people I think just decided to start calling octopus in the plural. I always thought it was octopi. And I didn't know it was octopodes in Greek. Okay. Oh yeah, the energy is much better now. He said a Yahweh worshiping Baptist narcissist. Yeah, bro. We all got religious trauma to unpack for real. But honestly, I mean, they call it religious trauma, and I get it. Trust me. I mean, it definitely changed and shaped the trajectory of my life, and I know it did many of our lives. However, I do also understand that we went through those things to prepare us, to suit us and boot us, if you will, for what's upcoming. That we really had to be able to see it from all sides and understand how unhelpful it is and how socially dangerous it is and how traumatic it is and all of that, to be able to help those that are awakening, coming along now, to be able to help them understand and come up out of it. Oh, I don't have a problem with outside influence from languages, though, Weston. He said a guy came in here saying he was Archangel Michael. Yeah, he'd be all right. And he really did. I mean, I ain't trying to be funny because I get it. They claim angels could walk amongst us and all of that, but for real, bro, I just invoked Archangel Michael at the beginning of this reading. If he was here, I think he'd let me know if he was going to be sitting in on the live stream, number one, and what is he doing on my live stream, number two. That part. I think people be having some real mental illness going around, religious trauma, for real. Oh, that was a little while back, but yeah, oh, he swore up and down he was Michael, and I'm like, really? All right, then. Good evening, Miss Valerie, and namaste to you too, my dear. You say your daughter's uncle thinks he's Jesus? Oh, good gracious. Okay. Oh, that's funny. That is too funny. Like, bro, why don't you come up with something then? You Jesus, then you know what? You got some work to do, bro. It is a religious delusion, yeah? You ain't walking on water. Why is this? If you're Jesus walking in the flesh, then even if you ain't got to the whole world yet, if you're Jesus walking in the flesh in whatever town you landed in, there shouldn't be no sick or dying people nowhere. Right or wrong, especially not in your church. If you claim you Jesus and you affiliated with a church somewhere, there shouldn't be no sick, dying, or broke people in your church. You said he constantly picked at people and making predictions that don't come true. Wow. Weston, you say you have the nickname of Lucifer from your grandma and your parents, but you're not in fact an interdimensional entity, although you are a lightbringer. There you go. And again, they make it sound like they, in their Christian ignorance and religiosity, they have allowed the mistranslation and the misunderstanding of who and what Lucifer is to paint in their minds that little story of the little devil people or whatever. But again, that's not who and what Lucifer really is. At best, if they want to say anything, it would be Lord Enki that would have been Lucifer, the morning star. But again, not nothing evil. Just because they want to say that, it doesn't mean it's evil. You said change. Wait a minute. I'm trying to see what you said, Cece. You just remember something your father technically named you. Oh, Kakanya. Yeah. And then he was baptized in the chat. Yeah. You can't go in school with that. But hey. And that's crazy because you can name a child Coco. And they done name children all kinds of stuff. You see kids around here nowadays with the stuff that they name people. Some of these people need to be ashamed of themselves. I'm like, these kids got to pick out your nursing home. And you out here naming them all kind of crazy stuff that's going to get them beat up, talked about, laughed at their whole life. It's not going to go well with you, you know? You said you were constantly called a Mexican as an insult when you were a subcontractor when you were modeling kitchen as a Scottish, Wilson, German descended by your parents. Oh, wow. That's crazy. Oh, that is sad, Brittany. Yeah, everybody can't do solitary confinement. I saw something. They claim, I think it's somewhere in Wisconsin, they got some house or whatever that they claim. I think you got to do either 30 days or 60 days or something like it. But if you can do it absolutely by yourself in solitude, they'll give you like $1 million or something. I'm like, I asked the people, sign me up. Where you at? I could do that all day. It's, if I could have the internet too, even, now this is sad, I have to come in here and tell y'all I ain't gonna be in, even if I couldn't upload anything, as long as I could have access to the internet, I could do 60 days by myself all day. I'm good. And especially because it was a nice house, that'd be a perfect time to write a book, get your exercise on, fast and meditate, all the rest of that. Go in online, study a little bit. 60 days ain't nothing to do by myself. Now, I don't know about solitary confinement in jail. I couldn't do that. But they have said that people that do solitary, like for real solitary, that after like 7 or 8 days, it does make most people, especially if there's other sensory deprivations as well, it does make people start to lose touch with reality. Oh yeah. It ain't even trauma dumping, it's just that's part of your story, you know? I love you too, CC. For real, I love all of y'all. And I'm about to say, Bro 100, I don't know where he was at the time that being called a Mexican would be a bad thing, because Mexicans are some cool people. Extremely hard-working people, too. You said, especially if you were a contractor, if that, to me, that was a compliment if they was calling you a Mexican if you were a contractor. Oh yeah, Brittany, that's what I'm saying now. But my kids are grown, so I just let them know, look, I'm getting ready to go in here. I'm all right. I'll be out of touch if y'all try to reach me. But hell, they don't even always do that as adults anyway, so I'd be Gucci. Make sure I got plenty of ink pens and some notebooks to write in, and maybe a computer. Even if I couldn't go online, give me a laptop or a desktop that can open some Word documents on, so that when I finish doing my little notes or whatever on the book, if I feel like typing for a while, I can. And let me see, can I have maybe Minesweeper, Free Cell, and Candy Crush? I'll be good. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they're just racist. Oh, so they were deliberately saying it as a dig. Okay, well that's like I say, that's just showing them they ignorance for real. That's crazy though. Why in the world would you think that people that are industrious and hardworking are inferior just because they're willing to work? And the sad part is, it also goes to show that they are morally, in my opinion, morally superior, because they know that the crap that people say about them, but they still more focused on feeding their families and doing what they need to do. So they'll go ahead, it's like, say whatever you're going to say, as long as you pay me what you agreed to pay me, I'm going to get this work done. That's a beautiful, strong individual, and nobody should ever be looking down on Mexicans for that reason alone. You say you would love to have 24 hours alone. Yeah, you got minor children at the house, so I know it's hard for you to even get bathroom time by yourself, but okay. I used to try to figure out where the alarm was. I didn't know if it was in the bathroom door, the toilet seat, or the shower curtain, but it seemed like any of them things that I touched in the bathroom, somebody was going to either come knocking or pulling it back, want to have a conversation. I'm like, good Lord, yeah. I knew they had to be getting an alarm somewhere. They whining at you right now. See, that part. What, you got to get up and cook dinner for them? I know. Go ahead and do your thing. Because like I said, I'm going to be on a little bit later on the Tarot channel tonight. If you got to go and take care of the babies, I understand. Yeah, that's what I say. I understand what you're saying now. It's not, I'm looking at it from just like, why would anybody say that? But they were saying it to deliberately be hateful. So yeah, I can understand not liking that either. Oh Lord, a backflip on the trampoline. I'm such a chicken when it comes to that kind of stuff. The little one just like the wine, she'll be all right, or he'll be all right. Oh, you're chicken about it too, yeah. And yeah, my kids did all kind of crazy stuff that it's a wonder I didn't have more anxiety attacks than I did when I look back on it. I'm like I said, I'm glad they grown now, and I'm glad I ain't got that to go through. Well, hopefully, I don't know. I mean, you know, like I said, it depends. If Enki decided to turn me into Sarah #2, it is what it is. As long as I got the money and the man lined up that can help me get through that, I don't want to, like I said, I would do a do-over if the money was right and the love scenario was right. I'd happily do a do-over as a parent and raise another child. I don't have a problem with children. I just don't really. Bro, 100. Probably, I don't know, maybe, because truthfully, the Gnostics referred to him as a dragon, and that's weird because, like I said, they are brothers, but they're brothers from a different mother. So, if Enlil has ties to Tiamat, the Queen Tiamat, not the planet, but the Queen Tiamat herself was said to be a dragon. So truthfully, if Anu had dealings with folks on Tiamat or Tiamat, because I mean, according to the Babylonian epic, Marduk claimed that that was his mama, but anyway. But who knows, you know, because their DNA was compatible with ours, but obviously it's not exactly the same because it literally took them about 30,000 years to perfect that process and come up with the Adamu. I think they was working on the Adamu project for about 8 or 9 shards before they successfully managed to complete it and come up. Well, wait a minute. I know it took at least 1 shard, at least 3,000 years of them going through the human breeding cycle with the females from Nibiru and all of that. So that's a lot of babies to be trying this project out with before they came up with the Lulu and then the Adamu. I think it was more than 1 shard though that went by. So that's why I said yeah. So who knows what Enlil, his actual DNA looks like. Maybe that's why he won't nobody to see him. No, that ain't why, but you say your son got you on the trampoline and it's terrifying? Yeah, I don't like it either. Does that queen have any correlation with why Chinese culture has such emphasis on the strength of dragons? I don't know, because they're not the only ones that look at dragons like that. But, I mean, dragons are seen as very spiritual. And to me, I just always consider, like, the dragon, this whole thing with the dragons, and even the, because you see a lot of dragons, well, they call them gargoyles throughout European history. But the fact that we see dragons and gargoyles all over the planet, to me, it just meant that they were actually real. They're not mythical, because too many cultures talk about them. They showed up in Mayan culture. They showed up in Asian culture and European culture, or art. So, but maybe the Chinese culture emphasizing the strength of dragons do go back to Tiamat. Could be. Because like that other lady that was in here earlier, Vicky, that had familiarity with the Hindu or the Vedic text, and she was talking about how excuse me, how Indians have known about the Vimanas and had a Christ correlation and Enki and all of that for thousands and thousands and thousands of years before Christianity was ever even thought about. So it might go right all the way back to Tiamat. CC, the information on Enki, I would suggest looking at the Lost Book of Enki. I would go to, for like information on Enki in general, several of them. You'd have to kind of cherry pick and look down the titles, but Astral Legends TV has information on Enki. Anunnaki, wait a minute, Anunnaki Ancient Astronaut Archive, I think, and Anunnaki Ancient Mystery are 3 channels that deal a lot with these topics. And I know for a fact, like Astral Legends TV had a little video that wasn't super long, but it was like, Who is Lord Enki, I think was the name of it, or Who is Enki? But they have information on a lot of different extraterrestrial or other world species, if you will. Hey, Christy Prince, how are you? Welcome. I'm not even paying him no mind. You back on some. I know elephants are actually very spiritual creatures. They are very intelligent, far more intelligent than the likes of UJ the rapper. They are very revered spiritual creatures, and they have very long memories as well as very long family ties. That part. No worries, love. I understand. I definitely understand. It's just good to see you in here. Yeah, they got information about Enlil, but honestly, the longer you dig into Enlil, which is cool, because for real, that only helps prove what I'm talking about. Anybody that will go and research Enlil, just understand when you research Enlil, you are all, that is Yahweh, the God of the Bible, Jehovah. Definitely, if you gonna research Enki and watch those videos, they got information about Enlil too. And they'll tell you what a SOB he is. They'll tell you that. I'm not making it up. Like I say. I'm sure it will. I don't have a, they're sacred. The elephant is sacred to the Hindu religion. Absolutely. Which is another reason why you might not want to come in here clowning about it, but okay. You just rude and nasty for no reason. Did your mama drop you on your head? Romanized Mandarin like that instead of the pinyin has made you a lot of friends online when you teach it. Oh, goodness. Child, I don't even know how I'm going to begin. I don't know why. I do not have much of an aptitude for languages. I've wanted to, but I've never really successfully picked up languages very easily. I need to work on it for real because I need to learn Japanese and Twi. But it's not, yeah, it'll happen, whatever. Talking about, wow, the shade. You come in here throwing shade, so why don't expect it not to get thrown right back at you. Yeah, when you do go on Astro Legends TV though, CC, you gonna fall down the rabbit hole for real. Yeah, and I figured that, yeah. And now it's to a place where, to be honest, I don't even truly want to. It's just a place of I know I'm gonna need to. And for real, with the translators that we have out now, thanks to computers and stuff, I don't really have to learn Japanese even, for real. First off, anyway, I ain't going there with you. I'm ignoring your ignorance, Jay the Rapper. Because first of all, your broke ass keep lying, saying you gonna send something and you ain't sent nothing yet. Every time you come in here talking about you gonna send me a coffee, you ain't sent one yet. So I don't need you to send me no coffee. Just go on about your business. That's what you can do. And again, I don't know why you want to keep seeing my hair. All the more reason. Anybody that's obviously as demon possessed as you are, that's asking to see my hair, would be the last person I would allow to see my hair. Because unless you're brain damaged, you must be possessed. You have no need to see my hair, brother. Carry your business on somewhere else. Why would you even want to do that? It doesn't matter. Even if I didn't have no hair under here, that wouldn't be nothing for a real adult to clown nobody about. And you can see from the shape of the turban, I got hair under here. But again, as an adult, why would you want to clown somebody about what they do or do not have under a turban? That's some demonic nonsense. You don't need to see my hair for any price, because ain't no telling what kind of nasty, ugly, boogly you gonna do. No, I don't dance for you. Yeah, because some of these people are on some real demon time. That's not the first time he done come in a live stream insisting on wanting to see my hair. And claim, like, again, why would I be so desperate that I've got to dance to his tune for a lie of a promise of a cup of coffee? Because that's at least the third or fourth time he's gonna come in a live stream claiming he's gonna buy me a cup of coffee if I'll do something. And he ain't sent the first cup of coffee yet. You said a Google search will go right where you need if you search the Lost Book of Enki. You ain't even gotta search the Google search, Weston. I read the Lost Book of Enki right here on the channel and got a playlist for it. I was trying to show her, if she goes to Astro Legends TV, they have an animated version, like a semi-animated narration of the Lost Book that was really good. But they've also done some individual breakout work of like who is Enki, who is Thoth, and all that channel is very, very good about that. They talk about other known extraterrestrial races. It's a lot of different, that type of stuff they talk about on Astro Legends. And then Anunnaki Ancient Mystery has also done a summarized animated version of the Lost Book of Enki. In my opinion, no, I think it's Ancient Astronaut Archive, in my opinion, has the best animation as far as the summaries. But Astro Legends has the one that's like a close actual reading or recitation of it. But they also have the Emerald tablets up there. I just encourage anybody, if you're interested in those type works, they give you some visuals with it if you don't want to just hear the recitation. They've put some graphics up there. Right, Brittany? Yeah. The animated version, like I said, to me, the best one with the reading is Astral Legends. AstralLegends TV. Astral Legends TV. That's for the narration, the semi-animated narration of the Lost Book of Enki. But on that same channel, they also have like shorter pieces that are talking about who Enki is, who Thoth is, naming some of the different extraplanetary species and things that they know of, different star systems. It's a super cool channel. I'm trying to tell you, I love that channel. Von Tanakin's book. Oh yeah. And they even have Chariots of the Gods on YouTube for free. That's why I say people, all they got to, YouTube has now, I think it's the third, either the second or third largest search engine on the planet. They got almost put it in the search box, and there you go. Yep, but Chariot of the Gods is there. And for anybody that's interested in the moon stuff and what's going on and all of that from a more modern perspective, what is the name of that movie? The Cosmic Secret. I encourage anybody to put that on in the search here in YouTube. The Cosmic Secret. That is a super cool documentary to watch. Honestly, and I used to love to read, Brittany. I had books on books on books on books. And like I said, over time, is all the times I've like broke everything down to a fraction or whatever. I don't have as many physical books anymore. But yeah, I listen to a lot of stuff on YouTube. Oh yeah, there she put it here, so you can write that down if you want to. The Cosmic Secret for anybody. You can screenshot this chat right now, just in case you aren't able to look it up. But yeah. Oh goodness, she done cussed him out in Spanish. I don't even know who. I didn't even see what he had to say. Jay the Flaker. Hey Robin, how are you? Oh, that was the one. Oh, that's what he says to the Jay the Rapper. You told him Jay the Flaker. Helena Blavatsky said one day after she died, humanity would be able to find the truth, pursuing both spiritual and scientific truths. Yeah. And people thought that Helena was a quack and that this and that, and she was evil and that blah, 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 blah. This is the part that keeps me willing to do the things that I do and come on here and talk. Because again, they're like, where's your proof? Where'd you get it from? I have been reading. You ain't disrupted nothing. You good. You ain't disrupted a thing. But even before I got into the information about Enki and all of that, for years I was looking at like Rudolf Steiner and Dr. Murdo McDonald Bain and like I said, Edgar Casey and Blavatsky and different ones. Now I never got off into Malachi York very much because he was a little different, but people have been talking about this stuff for over 100 years, and yet these good church folks, because they've been somewhere where they head stuck in the sand and don't know what's going on, and they think everybody else is stuck in ignorance too. You say we're here to take down the true adversary, Lord God, Yahweh. Honestly though, Michael, and I know what you're saying to a degree, yeah, but I don't even focus on taking him down, because guess what? At the end of Revelation, it says that Michael and Yeshua gonna do that part anyway. I ain't even worried about taking down Yahweh. I just want to speak and help awaken the people that are on the edge of awakening, that's able to hear it and wake up, to help them be able to just step away from him. We ain't got to take him down. Like I say, Michael and Yahweh gonna do that. I mean, Michael and Yeshua gonna do that. But those people that know that something ain't quite right over there, but they don't really know, they can't quite put their finger on it, they are at the edge of awakening. They ain't all the way woke yet, but it's kind of like that twilight sleep. And if we speak on what we know, we can help give them a basis to not be afraid to look into it for themselves. Again, when I get on here and speak, I don't expect anybody to just take what I'm saying at face value and never read a book, never go check nothing out, never nothing else. I'm saying the things that I'm saying based on what I've seen and heard and read, and I want them to go and follow up on it and go and see and hear it themselves, and then we can have a discussion. But yeah, he said a huge battle coming and that humanity will finally be free of the matrix. Yeah, that's what they describe at the end of Revelation. And here's the thing. We know that we're powerful creators. Well, most humanity don't know exactly how powerful of a creator we are. But one of the reasons that Revelation is going to come true is because they've been preaching it for 2,000 years and literally creating it on the fly as they go. They continue to keep the thought and the hope and the image of Revelation alive. So left to their own devices, they are marching themselves. Like I said, the trash is taking itself out, but they don't even know that they're the trash. They are marching themselves to Armageddon. Because it will happen, because they done preached it and prayed it and prophesied it right on in their being. But that's the reason why I still look, because a lot of folks wanted to dismiss Revelation as being allegory or only being a story in the mind, and it's all in symbol, and quite a lot of it is symbolism, and quite a lot of it is hard to understand. Some of it is allegory. But I also understand that as a man thinketh, so he is. And what, like I said, what we believe eventually materializes in front of us. So I know that Armageddon would be more than just a thing in the mind. As much as they've had people focused on it, they're marching themselves, they're creating it and marching themselves towards it. The only difference is the Christians sit up in judgment as if that's going to be a battle for all of those people out there. They didn't hear Yeshua when he said, in that day, many will say to me, Lord, Lord, didn't we preach in your name and prophesy in your name and perform many powerful works in your name? And yet I will say to you, get away from me, you workers of iniquity. I never knew you. They do not understand that the folks that they preaching about all of that stuff that's going to happen in Revelation, and never understanding that the very ones that's preaching that it's going to happen is the ones that's going to happen to. The ones that come out of Christendom, out of Babylon the Great, it says that those are the ones that literally threw themselves at the foot of the throne at the mercy of the other Elohim. They didn't want no part of what was going on with Yahweh, or with Yahweh and Christendom and all of that. That those were the ones, that great crowd that no man was able to number, those are the ones that would survive Armageddon. The church folk, Babylon the great harlot and all of them, they're going to be destroyed. They've marched themselves right to Armageddon, not understanding that they're marching themselves. They, like I said, they are taking their own. The trash is taking itself out. Yeah. Enlil is fear-based, and Yeshua has told us there's no love, there is no truth in fear. There's no love in fear, there's no truth in fear. Yes, and he said his Father is love. He said his Father judges not. Yeshua said, my judgments are light, and my Father judges not. The book of Enoch shows that basically Yeshua is the one doing the judgment. It's not Enki. Revelation says that Yeshua and Michael are the ones that come through and kick butt and take names and clean house, not Enki. It shows Enki coming down from heaven with New Jerusalem at the end of all of that, after Yeshua and Michael then kicked butt and dealt with Satan, the devil, Yahweh. Then in the next chapter 21, it says that this Elohim over here is descending with New Jerusalem, shining like a diamond. And was it Revelation 3:12 that talks about his Father coming down with New Jerusalem? And then in 21, it mentions, let me look at that, make sure I got the right ones. Hey, Paul Snowcloud, welcome back. Hold on. Yeah, 3:12, the one who conquers, I will make him a pillar in the temple of my Elohim, or my God. Never shall he go out of it, and I will write on him the name of my Elohim, and the name of the city of my Elohim, the New Jerusalem, which comes down from my Elohim out of heaven, and my own new name. And he who has an ear, let him hear what the Spirit says. And then in 21, it says, then I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away, and the sea was no more. And I saw a holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from Elohim, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a loud voice from the throne saying, behold, the dwelling place of the Elohim is with man. He will dwell with them, and they will be his people, and the Elohim himself will be with them as their Elohim. He will wipe away every tear from their eyes, and death will be no more, neither will there be mourning, nor crying, nor pain anymore, for the former things have passed away. And then as far as the new name in 22:16, I, Yeshua, have sent my angel to testify to you about these things for the churches. I am the root and the descendant of David, the bright morning star. That part, yeah. Cool, yeah. Like I said, honestly, Brittany, I mean, if you want to listen to it while you sleep, that's cool. But if you want the kids to see kind of what's going on, I highly recommend the Astral Legends version. It's super interesting. Or even the shorter version, because the Astral Legends version is like 6 hours. It takes a while to read that whole narration. But the shorter version, I think, is like an hour and a half, 2 hours. It gives you the gist of what was happening there. But it might be in a format that the kids would enjoy as well. So something to think about. But yes, though the scriptures do indicate that the ones it said that, well, remember when Yeshua kept saying that the ones who would inherit the kingdom would be like little children, and then there's a scripture somewhere that says that they'll beat their swords into plowshares and turn their spears into pruning hooks, and they will learn war no more. And then it talks about how the wolf will lay down with the lion will lay down with the lamb, and a little child will shepherd them all. I'm paraphrasing at this point, but yeah, he always emphasized those whose consciousness allowed them to step away from that violent, bloodthirsty, misogynistic way of being and way of worshiping. Those would be the ones that would be spared at the end of all of this. But Revelation says that a third of the population of this planet will be decimated at the end of that war. And they said it would be those that come out of Christendom and Babylon the Great. You say Universalists, Gnostics, Cathars, Albigensians, Sikhs, Taoists, etc. never once used violence towards those that disregarded them, only the adherents of Yahweh Allah. Exactly, Michael. Exactly. Couldn't say it better myself. 75% of the people who worship Yahweh, Jehovah, Allah are violent. Those who don't, those who follow the Enkiite philosophies that you just named, they're not violent. So that's why I said I stepped away from religion just because I was indoctrinated with Christianity. And once I got out of that, I just didn't have a need for the ceremonial pomp and circumstance and the hardcore rules of religion. So truthfully, the way I think kind of lines up with Buddhism if I had to choose something. But I'm not a practicing anything as far as that goes. I just basically glean what I can from the teachings and leave the ceremony kind of alone. Yes, Brittany, exactly. He said, "Suffer the little children," but he was actually saying that they need those that would be spared would be like children. Not saying that they're not intelligent, but they would be childlike in their demeanor, in that they're not greedy and violent and selfish and commercialist and all of those things that was going on with those proponents, like I said, with those who follow Yahweh. Bear with me. Okay. Um, you said you get confused on that part. It's just children who are... No, it's not just children. It's just those who are childlike that are basically not know-it-alls, not violent, not all the rest, not like more hustle and ignorant people like them, the ones that's not steadily... He talk about it by basically he just upset because people are still here. And again, this is the part that gets me. How in the world am I gonna be like I said, I ain't asked nobody for nothing. We just sitting here chilling, minding our own business in this public forum. It's a live stream. Yeah, so I am supposed to be talking. And as long as we here and having a good conversation. But yeah, Michael Weston, you're exactly correct. Come as a little child. Not saying you actually have to be a child, bro 100. But it was saying that the ones that were meek, basically, would inherit the earth. They're not stuck in their ways. They're not... Remember when I keep mentioning the movie Knowing? Why do you think it was the children primarily that was going to be saved? Now, again, that movie was in my humble opinion, was a foretaste of what's going to happen. It was kind of sort of showing us what might go down when this whole thing happens, but not entirely. Because again, truthfully, if once it comes down to the time for the cataclysm, it probably will be mostly children, except adults whose mind is pliable enough to have accepted these things and allowed themselves to awaken and step away from religion and all the rest of those things. They would be useful to be able to teach that next generation of children who were spared and all of that. But these people are still stuck in their ways and wanting to bow at the temple of Yahweh. They got to go. Yeshua and Michael said, time be up for that. They do. But the reason for that, Michael Weston, is because under Luciferian law, they have to tell us the truth, even if they hide it in plain sight. And therefore, Hollywood has been hiding the truth in plain sight and calling it entertainment for us for over 100 years now. And some of that stuff don't even be allegory or metaphor. It literally be foreshadowing. I mean, well, yeah, because there's so many layers of meaning in the Matrix. Most of it is allegory and all of that, but there's so much to be found in that particular movie. But in the movie Knowing, I don't think it was allegory. I think it was foreshadowing. Because in that movie, there was a cataclysm coming to Earth that they could not stop, but the extraterrestrials knew it was coming down to the day and the hour. They knew it was coming, but they couldn't prevent it. So what they did was reach out to Earth and let them know that what was going to happen. They didn't make it public knowledge to everybody because they didn't want to have a mass panic, but some kind of way Nicolas Cage worked for the government or whatever, so he was aware of what was going to happen. And the extraterrestrials that were going to help them, they literally airlifted a whole bunch of children, and they've airlifted a whole bunch of children as well as a few adults that could help oversee everything, and some seed samples and animal genetic samples and things like that. And then, well, like I said, Nicolas Cage knew what was going to happen, so he had accepted it, but the vast majority of people on the planet, they had not let know because they didn't want to incite public panic because they couldn't prevent it. But they had already gotten all the children up that they needed to, and all the adults that was going to go, and all the rest. And the ones that did know, like you say, at the end of the movie, they was just standing there all holding hands, and then that flash happened, and that was the end of Earth. It's not a lot if 15% of the population is spiritual. However, Brittany, you also, part of what we're doing now, the reason I'm doing what I'm doing, because I feel a sense of urgency. Now, whether it goes down literally like Knowing said or not, who knows? Whether it goes down literally like Armageddon says or not, who knows? But the thing that I look at the in the lost book of Enki, it is said, after the flood, they knew that another cataclysm would be coming within 2 showers after the flood, and they would not be able to prevent it, but they would see to it that humanity survived. The only way they can do that is a knowing type rescue. Now, what would determine who, if they know the timeline, they ain't told us necessarily, but if they know the timeline, what would determine who actually is spared in an event like that? Those whose consciousness has expanded and they've awakened and are no longer buying into the Yahwehistic foolishness. They're on Team Enki, boots on the ground even before the need for a rescue. They've awakened and ascended, because those people that are able to awaken and ascend, turn off their worship gene, that lets you know that they have a greater propensity of Anunnaki blood in them, so that Enki and all them can work with them. That's just the way I see it. It's in the lost book. It's repeated in Revelation. They done showed it to us in Hollywood. So humans ain't got to believe it's going to happen, but I believe it's going to happen, because they done repeated it to us at least 3 times where we could see it. You said you think Theo will take a while, 15% plus the kids? Well, truthfully, I don't know if the cataclysm and revelation are going to be a simultaneous event or separate events. And again, I'm just theorizing based on what I see in meditation and the dots that I've been able to connect. But either way, Christians teach about the rapture. What if that comes from some of that ancient text that they didn't want to tell us about and that they saw about this lifting up, because there was a cataclysm coming and the extraterrestrials knew about it. And the ones that would be taken up would be those cooperative components that could actually, like I said again, we already know that Yahweh lie is a lie, but at the end of the day, Yeshua said his father was going to be the one that would be descending with New Jerusalem. That would be Lord Enki. If Lord Enki is talking about descending with New Jerusalem, if a cataclysm came, trust and believe, Yahweh is not going to be the one to save us. If anybody going to load up the ships and get us up out of here, it would be Lord Enki. So it would be the ones that would be spared would be the ones who can actually accept the whole story of Lord Enki and what happened here, and stop choosing to bow down to Yahweh even though he hates us. We would have to be able to accept the truth instead of continuing to bend to the lie. You said you said what we will always return for children and kings. Yeah, Enki said that. Well, again, but that's Enki. Yahweh been said, let them drown, let them die, I'm ready to go home. Roll up and let's go. He been pushing for us ever since back in the Babylonian epic. They had just got here. They were still fairly new on the planet when the Babylonians started writing down their stuff. And even then, Enlil hated us and wanted us gone. Just for making too much noise, waking him up out of his sleep. Kill them all. Over and over and over again. I read that book too on this channel. You say you still promote their agenda? Wait a minute. We have his knowledge in us, and talking about it's engaging our thought process, yes. Yeah, because Enki is the one that has love for us. Enki put that worship gene thing in us at Yahweh's insistence. But he felt so bad about doing that he gave us the worship gene, but he also gave us the ability to turn it off. But the only way to truthfully identify humans that have enough Anunnaki blood in them to be worth saving is if they're able to turn off their worship gene. If they're still so undeveloped that they're fully plugged in and indoctrinated into that worship thing and cannot accept the truth, even when it's right here in our eyes blazing at us, sorry, but that would just be like literally raking poison or raking snakes into your bosom. Why would he save people that's still stuck on that type of time? Their consciousness hasn't expanded. If you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, Enki as the dweller and Thoth are all about helping the children of men's consciousness expand. He says so that we could achieve eternal life also, just like Thoth already received it. And in John 3:16 it said that he loved humanity so much that he gave his only son so that whoever believed like him might not perish but have eternal life. That's in the book, but we give credit to Yahweh for having said it, not Enki, because they genericized everything and put God everywhere it said Elohim. But if we understood the Gospel of John and what we was really reading, Yahweh ain't had nothing to do with Yeshua. That Yeshua was Enki's boy. Job was Yahweh's boy, and Job suffered mightily for being Yahweh's boy. Go read the account of Job. I did a video about that too. Just to prove a point, Yahweh allowed Job to have horrible things happen to him. That's why I know Yahweh ain't gave his son to save nobody, because he don't even want us to be saved. The one that wants us to be saved is Enki. And Enki never asked for worship. You're right, Michael. You're absolutely correct. That's why I was saying those Enkiite philosophies, like you said, Gnosticism, the Sikhs, the Taoists, the Cathars, and all of them. Yeah, those Enkiite philosophies are more peaceful because he does not demand that level of worship. He went along with some of this mess that Enlil came up with, but he was not about that. And Enlil don't see us as actual beings. He sees us like slaves and animals. Lord Enki, once he actually gave us his DNA, his literal DNA is in us. Enlil's is not. Enlil never contributed to nobody except maybe that whole Isaac thing. He came back 24 years later and Sarah still had not conceived. So he was like, yeah, okay, let him know by next year she'll have a baby. So he came back and impregnated Sarah. But other than that, Enlil did not lend his DNA to humanity at all, at all. He hated humanity. He thought that we were beneath him. Enki, on the other hand, did a whole lot of procreating amongst humanity. We got, like you said, we got Adam and Eve, Dawn and Dusk, Ziazudra, Enoch, Elijah, Enosh, Kenan, Methuselah. There was a whole lot of Enki's babies running around. And even in the Lost Book of Enki, I had missed it the first time. Undupsar, the scribe who actually wrote the Lost Book of Enki, was one of his children. One of his grandchildren, excuse me. He said Enki said he would return for his children and kings if they are threatened. He didn't want worship. He was never... Exactly, Enlil was not a creative scientist. Enki was a beautiful scientific mind. Everything we got here, that's the part that bothers me so much. When these people are so busy, they're so angry with me because I no longer worship or support Enlil, and they're insisting on worshiping and supporting Enlil. Everything that we have that makes us intelligent comes from Enki, all of it. Astronomy, astrology, mathematics, philosophy, all of it, agriculture. Every single bit of everything we got on this planet that makes us quote unquote civilized comes from Lord Enki. Enlil ain't gave us nothing. Enlil said we was here to serve him, make them bricks, give us his 10%, dig the gold for him, and after that he wanted to drown us all and he wanted to go home. He was mad when he found out some of us survived the flood. He gave us the first mystery school too, yes. The Order of the Serpent was the first mystery school. And again, it's not the serpent. It's that lie about the serpent being evil. That's some Yahwistic nonsense. But Enki was the one that tried to bring us all the information, especially once the Watchers started putting black magic and all other kind of information we ain't had no business with. Enki has been trying to help us recover from that and ascend from the darkness that was unleashed by Yahweh and his minions ever since. He should have went home. Honestly, Enlil shouldn't have never been here to start with, bro, 100. He shouldn't have. He was on a power grab because Anu was not showing any signs of wanting to give up the throne first, anytime soon. Enlil was supposed to be next on the throne. He was in line for the throne on Nibiru. Enki could never have inherited the throne as long as Enlil was alive because of the bloodlines. They were both brothers by the same father, but they had different mothers. And Enki's mother was a consort or a concubine or something, I believe. She was not of the royal bloodline. So Enlil was in line for the throne, even though Enki was the older brother. But Enlil wanted to come down here and rule Earth because Anu was still sitting on the throne on Nibiru. It was a power grab, period, because it had been promised to Alalu. And then not only did Enlil come and take rule of Earth from Alalu, they exiled Alalu to Mars, and then he took it away from Enki too, because if Alalu wasn't going to be the rightful ruler of Earth, it should have gone to Enki. But Enlil came and pushed his way up here too, just because he wanted to run some shit. And like you said, instead of him going home when he had the chance, he stayed here so long. And after the Job thing, if you go back and read the account of Job, it says that he took his place amongst the sons of God and all of that. I believe that the other Elohim that's mentioned in there, Enki is mentioned in Job, not by name. You gotta read the account and see what was going on. But Enlil, it says, took his place amongst the sons of God. And the other Elohim that was telling him to cast him down to the earth, because I could never figure out, why would God trap Satan, the devil, down here? He's telling us we done already messed up. Why would he bind Satan to the earth and not allow him to come back into heaven? That's just basically putting more temptation and harm to humans by binding him down here. But that's not the case. If you read with understanding and go back and read the book of Job, basically Yahweh was wanting to go home at that point on this solid thing. And basically Anu told him, y'all came down here and dared to play gods. You went and did this thing without really getting, telling us about it. And it done got all out of hand now. You can't come home until you fix this. You can't just go and kick in God's front door, do a home invasion, and leave this hot mess. They are sentient beings now, and you gonna take better care of them than this. You can't just do this and leave it like this. Hold on. Verse 6, it said, now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came among with them. And remind y'all, Satan of Eden is Enlil. Don't get the red-head pitchfork dude in your mind. It is not. Enlil's title was Satan of the Eden. So there was a day when the sons of the Elohim, or the El Shaddai, came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan came among them. The Lord said to Satan, from where have you come? Satan answered the Lord and said, from going to and fro in the earth, and from walking up and down on it. And the Lord said to Satan, have you considered my servant Job, that there's none like him on earth, a blameless, upright man who fears God? or fears the Elohim and turns away from evil. Then Satan said to the Lord, does Job fear the Elohim for no reason? So truthfully, Job, and I just realized that too, Job was one of Enki's servants too. And Satan said, of course he serves you. You good to him. You give him everything he wants. Of course he serves you. Let me go ahead and test him. I guarantee you I'll break him. Now, I still think it was kind of jacked up that even whether it was Anu or whether it was Enki, to allow them to test Job that way was a bit cruel. But again, Satan was the one that asked to test him that way. Enlil is Satan, according to the Anunnaki texts. And in order to prove his point, he tortured that man to within an inch of his life, killed off 10 of his children, took thousands of head of cattle from him, all of his money, all of his houses, all of his everything. And at the end, his wife wanted him to curse God and die, and his so-called friends showed up and mentally tormented that man for over a week. The whole book of Job is them telling him, you must have did something wrong. You ain't shit. God don't punish nobody like this for no reason. Why don't you go ahead and admit, you know you did something wrong. You know you did something wrong. You know you did something wrong. While he's, like say, kicking him when he down. What kind of friends is them? So yeah, he should have went home. He didn't have the talent to do it. He didn't have none of that stuff. Every aspect of the mysteries comes from Lord Enki, not Enlil. Enlil ain't did nothing but bring hell and confusion to this planet ever since he been here. Hey, Bristol Phillips, how are you? Welcome in. So, yeah. But, yeah, when I read that, I've read over and read over, I could never understand why it would be that. Oh, I'm very good. Thank you very much. Appreciate you and welcome into the channel. I could never understand why it said that he came in before the Lord and all the rest of it. It sounded to me like it was more than one person in conversation. This wasn't just it was talking about the Lord and Satan. But if you try to make the Lord in that verse be Satan, it doesn't work once you understand that Satan is Enlil. He ain't talking to himself. So the Lord would have either had to been Enki or Anu. Because truthfully, Enlil and Enki were two sons of a king. There's no other Elohim that would have been on earth with them at that time that would have been able to be, that Enlil would have been able to refer to as Lord, other than Anu. He ain't gonna call his brother Lord. Oh, no worries, Weston. I'm going to be out of here in the next 10 minutes anyway, because I did say I was going to do an evening tarot session on the other channel. So I'm going to take some downtime to charge my phone and stretch my legs and grab something to drink and all that good stuff. But I appreciate you joining me here, and I hope you'll be able to come back in and join us on Sunday. It will not be, Sunday evening session will not be as long, because I do have some full moon stuff I'm gonna do for me and a few of the folks in here. If anybody is interested in having their intentions and what they're releasing included in a full moon burn ceremony that I'm gonna be doing, you can email me at modernmysticmessages@gmail.com and we can go into that. I'm gonna send an email out to the ones that I know have expressed that they're interested in it, to let them know what I'll be doing. I don't think it's going to be necessary for me to do a bay leaf ritual at this time. It's basically going to be just like with water, candle, sound, incense, under the full moon, that sort of thing. But definitely email me if you want in on that. But Michael, I will see you later. Have a beautiful rest of your day, and hopefully you can join us at another time. Namaste to you, brother. I was sitting here, I'm trying to think. You know what we never did do? I was said I was gonna. Was it Micah or Habakkuk? It might have been. I can't remember if it was Micah or Habakkuk. I said that we were gonna read on the channel. I'm gonna get through the book of Enoch first, though, before we go into any more scriptures. And hopefully I'll get. I don't know. With the full moon, I might not finish it till Monday. I am gonna work on it a little more tonight. We're gonna get through the book of Enoch because I got to get back to the 12th planet too. These energies, though, Lord have mercy. With these planetary energies, I haven't accomplished nearly as much as I would like to have or what I thought I was going to accomplish, but it is what it is. I have to just kind of go with the flow. I appreciate y'all's patience with me in that regard, genuinely. Well, if ain't nobody else got nothing else to bring up, I was going to leave out of here at 6. That's 8 minutes from now. But I guess I'm going to scoot on out now. And like I said, I'm trying to think if I'm going to be on it. Either I may shoot for 8, but it probably will be closer to 9, because then that'll probably cap me out at about a 2 or 3 hour tarot session. They'll probably get wild after that. Oh, on Buy Me a Coffee, you can go on and tap the link. It should be an active link on the About page and on the home page of the channel. If you wish, you can go in there and donate whatever amount that you like. I didn't set a particular price for the full moon intentions. It was basically just a love offering, whatever you choose to do. And then if you want in on that, email me to make sure that I have your email address. And I'm going to just compile a little email address and send out to the ones that are, an email to those who I have emails for. And if you want basically it'll be just writing down like your maybe 2 or 3 things that you want to release, and then 2 or 3 things that you want to manifest or bring in. And I'm going to do a burn ceremony to release those things with the group intention, as well as, and then I'm going to hold the intentions that we're manifesting, but I'm going to do a burn ceremony for ancestor money for all of us after I've, cleansed, done the spiritual bath and all of that. And I'd highly encourage you to do the same on your end. Like I said, we're doing a group intention for those things that we're bringing in. Oh, you're going to do the bay leaves? Okay, awesome, Brittany. Then, well, yeah, we can do that. She said she'll do the bay leaf thing, and then I'll do the other ceremony, because it literally is basically us focusing our intention for those who had that kind of clean energy and believe and understand manifestation to pull those in. And Brittany says she's going to do the bay leaves. I'll do the paper and the paper, the burn bowl, and the salt ceremony. Well, truthfully, I think each individual should salt their own names. I don't have enough bowls to put under I ain't putting all y'all up under my bed, but I'll explain to you in the email how to do it. So yeah. Okay, so she's saying we're gonna double it up over here. That's perfect. It can't hurt. So I'll send the email out, but I definitely, Cece, I don't think you ever emailed me before. So please, with the private reading as well, when you email me, I'll give you some information about the private reading if you want to do that as well. And I'll send out that email. But for sure, if you want in on tomorrow's thing, send me the email today or tonight, sometime before, definitely before maybe 5 or 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, because around 6 o'clock I'm going to be shutting everything down so I can go and prepare the spiritual bath before I get into everything else. Now, I will be online live. We'll have some time together for a couple of hours, but at 10:10, I'll have to shut it down so that I can, truthfully 10 o'clock. Yeah, so I can shut it down and get started on that, because from 10:10 to 11:11, I'll be outside doing that. So, yeah. Okay, perfect. Yeah, email me at modernmysticmessages@gmail.com. And then I can give you further, like I said, when I give the information with what's going down as far as tomorrow, and I also include information for you about the readings. If honestly, If it rains, I won't stay out there for the entire hour, but I'll still be in meditation for an hour. I'll just bring everything in. I'll open the French doors and kind of have the open air, but I'm still gonna make moon water even if it does. I will be making moon water and drinking it with intention for the collective over the next few days. So either way, the moon water will get made. The ancestor money will get burned, all of that good stuff. Okay, yeah, I can do that. I'll compile it as they come in to me. I'll do an email with all of their and put them to the side with their names in meditation. Because yeah, so tomorrow, everyone that's able to really should be making moon water that's involved in this, because it don't cost nothing. Get you a mason jar and set your intentions. Purify water. Of course, if you don't want trash falling in it, you can put like some cello wrap over top of it and let it sit out overnight in under the full moon. You can put like moon, if you got moon sensitive, like moonstone, amethyst, crystals that can tolerate moonlight. Well, almost all of them can tolerate moonlight. They can't tolerate sun, but you can put those in there or put it around there and cleanse your stones in the moonlight and make those. And then over the next week or so, then drink a little bit of that each day. Maybe as you're saying your affirmations and the things that you're bringing in. The moon, the night of the moon, full moon, you're releasing. You don't have to keep messing with what you're releasing, but you will want to continue to put focus that intention towards what you're calling in, and you can do that while you're drinking your moon water as well. Oh yeah, you can, as long as it's clean water, you can do, yeah, you can make it, just put it out there in the under the moonlight. You lost all your crystals, they'll come back to you when they're ready, or you'll get some more later. And you don't have to use crystals. I was just telling anybody that might be interested in that that's something that they could do. I need to put all of my crystals out there anyway to just charge them under the moon, period. I got a whole big old thing of selenite, and I haven't put it in the sun or the moon in a minute. So yeah, I'll be doing a bunch of that sort of stuff. That's why I said tomorrow's live stream will be a lot shorter, because most of my stuff I'm doing tomorrow will be around full moon preparations. But yeah, but I will email all of y'all. It is 5:59 now, so definitely. You say you never done it either. I haven't ever done a collective ritual for everybody. I do stuff for myself, but the energy of the brothers and sisters is up in our group right now. I'm thinking, you know what? We got this cosmic energy. There's a blood moon tomorrow and a full moon, a total eclipse, and Saturn is in Pisces, and the comet is coming. There's so much stuff going on. All right, Brittany, I'm getting up off here in a second too. I was just talking to Cece for a second. You say you watching how food is made on TV, you'll never eat again. Pause. Snow cloud. Yes, you will. Unfortunately, you'll eat again. You might not eat fast food for a while, and honestly, that'll be okay. If we stop eating at places that have windows hanging off the side of them, we'd all be a lot better off, to be honest with you. But yeah, y'all, it is 6 p.m. now. I'm gonna get up off of here. I'm not sure. I had said initially 8 o'clock I'd be back on for tarot. I still may try to make that since I'm here, but I gotta stretch my legs a little bit and grab something to eat and all of that. You say your day of birth is on the 14th. Ooh, and that is right around the corner. So truthfully, that's a powerful intention too. If we're doing full moon intentions and then exactly 7 days later, because I'm gonna set a 777 intention for the full moon. There's a lot of different ways you can play with manifesting with water and salt, and like I said, Brittany's gonna do the bay leaves for us and all of those goodies. So yeah, I'll get the emails out. In fact, I'll probably work on that after the live stream tonight, so that you'll have plenty of time to think about your intentions and the things you like to do and what it takes to do the spiritual bath and all of that. Because the more of us that are doing it together kind of at the same time, powerful. Yeah, absolutely. Yay. So Cece is in there. I know Miss Valerie was in, Niana was in, Brittany is in. I haven't Bro 100 and Paul, anybody that wants in on that, let me just put it that way. If you want in on the full moon situation, email me at modernmysticmessages@gmail.com. If you've already emailed me in the past, I will probably send out a group email with everybody, or like copy and paste and send it. And then if you don't want to participate, if you don't want to participate in it, you don't have to. You can just not respond. But if you send your intentions to me, then you'll be included in it. And then, like I said, Brittany, I'll forward your intentions to Brittany. She's gonna do the bay leaf ritual while I'm doing the moon water and the burn ceremony. So we'll kind of be, like I said, we're gonna all be putting our energies together, okay? All right, love you all. Peace and blessings to you. Thank you so much for joining me today. And like I said, for those that are sticking around for tarot, I'll be back on here on the other channel, Anunnaki Oracle Priestess, in a couple of hours. Between 8 and 8:30 I'll be on. Just look for the notification I'm going live, and I can pull some cards for those who might want to look. And we will be pulling cards tomorrow, maybe earlier in the daytime for the full moon, but I may do an offline reading after the meditation ceremony. It won't be live, but I'll pull a reading for the collective then. Peace and love to you all. Love you very much. Namaste. Until later.